Welcome to the November Design Review Committee meeting. The DRC is a subcommittee of the Historic Zoning Commission. This meeting is designed to be informal and guide applicants through the process of obtaining a certificate of appropriateness or a COA for projects within the city's historic districts in light of the historic district design guidelines. Applicant participation in DRC meetings is voluntary but highly recommended, and changes made or suggestions taken by the applicant based on the discussions with the DRC are the applicant's choice, but the DRC makes no representation as to whether any changes or suggestions made during the meeting will be approved by the voting body, the Historic Zoning Commission. Tonight we have 8 items on the agenda. It says this afternoon, but it feels like night. When the item's called, please introduce yourself up here at the mic. Don't forget to turn the mic on, and we may remind you about that, and describe your item in about 2 to 3 minutes. First up, I think number 1 was withdrawn. Is that correct? Discussion of fencing in rear yard and a vehicular gate at 112 Lewisburg Avenue. Jennifer Lombard is the applicant. Come on up. Good afternoon, evening, night, whatever we're calling this twilight afternoon we have.
Jennifer Lombard, 906 Studio, here on behalf of the Fowlers to look at some fencing options for the rear yard. Did you want to go through first, or we can present?
You get to go first.
Sorry,
It's
I
like
forgot which way
They
this
mix it
goes.
up, and it confuses me too. But
Okay. So we are re-looking at what we presented, I think, last week in the COA meeting. But we kind of made some revisions and gave some options for how the gate could look at the driveway and then the fencing at the rear yard. So wanted to get a little bit of feedback on both that gate design and then what that fencing material at the rear yard would be.
okay. Anything else you want to share about the design changes, or you want to hear staff's?
So what we looked at was, based on kind of some of the brief feedback that we got last week, was switching from a wrought iron gate facing the road to more of a picket fence design, more of a privacy fence. We're showing that both with and without stone piers.
Okay.
So curious to hear. And then we would transition to an iron fence once we got behind the portions of the fence facing the road.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Elizabeth, you have some comments for us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So first, thank you to the applicant for returning to the Design Review Committee meeting. This design has been updated in the height of the rear yard fencing to match the height of the neighboring fences at 4 feet tall. The applicant has brought 2 design options for the rear yard fencing that fronts the street. The fencing at this location is proposed to be 6 feet tall. The new design in this location will be a picket design, and the difference between the 2 designs proposed in the first option is the utilization of the stone veneered piers, and the piers will be a total height of 6 feet 8 inches. And so the utilization of the picket fencing design is appropriate and aligns with the guidelines and the recommendations to be more compatible with the architecture of the home. The utilization of the stone piers with a fence or gate on the residential property is not typical to Lewisburg Avenue Historic District. The differences in height from the fencing that fronts the street and the side perimeter fencing is less common in its design. As it turns that quarter, it drops in height. And staff would like feedback on this transition between fences that's seen on page A4. The lighting that has been proposed with these plans on the stone piers is a small puck light. The guidelines recommend that if new light fixtures are necessary, to use concealed lighting fixtures or fixtures that are simple in character but compatible with placement, design, scale, materials, and quality of lighting on adjacent historic buildings. And to design light fixtures and their placement to be compatible with and subordinate to historic buildings and the surrounding historic context. The proposed light fixture has been minimized but is still more contemporary compared to those seen on neighboring properties, and we would like additional feedback on that as well. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, anybody want to start us off with some thoughts on this one? Okay. Mary?
I completely agree with staff comments on this. I think the lighting would be eye-catching, and that's really not where to have the focus in a historic district. I just think it's an uncommon look. Nothing wrong with it, just the context. And then maybe learn from the applicant why the two heights, what's the desire there.
Sure.
And then the post, to me, also look heavy-handed for a historic home yard.
Okay. Jennifer, did you have any thoughts on that, the height differential, I guess, at the corner where it turns?
Yeah, part of that was just for privacy reasons, to give them a little bit of privacy screening there. And also, we felt like it was going to be hard to make those exactly the same height. And transitioning between a picket fence to that iron fence behind it, we wanted to have a little bit of room for that to kind of run into each other and not be trying to get those at exactly the same height at that corner. But that said, I think we'd be open to bringing that down just a little bit more too, to be closer together. So maybe it only needs 6 inches or a foot instead of a foot and a half.
Okay, thank you. Brian, did you have some comments?
I just want to clarify, you said the posts would be a little heavy-handed. Did you mean the stone veneered column versus the actual just post?
I think when you see a post like that in a historic context, it's more of an estate home, and this is part of a streetscape neighborhood. Nothing wrong with stone post, obviously. I just would like to hear other people's comments about in this context. And I like your solution to the applicant saying bring it down within 6 inches. I don't think that would be noticeable.
Okay.
And I would tend to agree with Mary on this. I mean, it's not a high-style house, and I think just the wooden posts actually, they don't just scream out at you. And I think that'll be a better look, actually, for the owner and the community.
Anybody else? Agree? Yeah, I tend to agree with Mary. I think I actually don't mind the stone piers, but I think as tall as they're shown there, that's probably too much. The house has a stone foundation now, and by the time you get to that portion of the house, there's a good bit of it out of the ground. So it's kind of feels like that, but they're shown there as 6 foot 8 inches tall, which is, that much higher than that means they're big, and I
Might
think
be
that
taller
heavy.
than me.
It's definitely taller than you. And then the wood post version, which I agree is a little more appropriate, it's calling out these 8x8 posts. That's a big post. And even so, we look at historic fences. Usually, we don't see an 8x8. When we do see something that big, it's just at a gate because structurally it has to hold up a lot. But it's for the corner and against the house to be anchored with those 8x8s is pretty heavy duty. If I think you're calling it 4x4 on your intermediate, so if those could be brought to 6x6s, could help. It just won't look so chunky. The house has had some delicate details on that porch on that corner that I think you all were bringing back. So I think that could just be too chunky. But bringing it down a little, slendering up those members a bit, I think is going to get it right. And then any thoughts on lighting? Anybody have any ideas for if they want some lights? But
Can we go back to the photos of the house?
And I will say those lights that we were showing, they're only about 4 inches. They're little. You're not even going to see them probably
Oh.
much at
and
all.
you can't see the
outdoors.
light source either.
No,
They
not
just
at
Oh,
come
well,
all.
that's-
They're not a puck that points out. They're literally
Yeah.
like a little
Okay.
little
Did
baby
you see it
landscape
there?
light that we were
Yeah,
proposing.
that
I know we probably should have put a dimension on there. Sorry.
I wanted to ask where this gate will be. Is the land sloping at that point? it looks like it's sloping down to the back.
That's correct. So it does sit down. Where that gate will be is back far enough that the driveway has sloped down a significant amount by the time you get back there.
Okay.
And, you know, if we have said that we prefer wood posts, where does that leave us with lighting? Is it on a wood post? It kind of, I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, my comment to that though would be, they often call those, I think, deck posts, and they're kind of hooded, so the light is forced down. And if you were to place those on those wooden posts, I would suggest somewhere low. So they're actually giving light to the drive. I think that's really what you want.
Yep, absolutely. I would agree with that.
Okay. I guess if they're trying to think,
We're going down to a 6-inch post and a 4 inches in diameter.
yeah, I think they'll mount.
Do they have to be mounted to the post? Could they be a landscape type of light? I mean, if
Yeah.
you're trying to light the driveway,
And that
leave
was
the
the
post
goal.
out of it.
That was the goal, is to have some light at that drive that
Yeah.
illuminated that entry.
And I assume there'd be things planted in front of this too. So, not that we consider plantings, but a lot of the visible area of the fence is gonna be hidden, and whatever light fixtures be even more kind of buried behind layers. Any other thoughts? Anybody? Did we give you enough feedback?
I think so. I wanted to talk a little bit about the iron fence in the back
Okay.
and just see how y'all were feeling about that in light of having made these adjustments to the pieces of the fence that are facing the street.
So you're at both front corners, it becomes an existing fence which belongs to the neighbor, and then you're completing the loop with the two other sides, the right side and the rear. Is
I
that
think
correct?
That was the intention, because I know we'd gotten feedback from staff that the iron was not typical for a house of this style, but at the rear yard, trying to tie in with
You're just
two
gonna
existing
match the
neighbor
neighbor?
fences.
Match the neighbor in profile
And
Yes.
it's a big setback,
yeah,
and
and it's downhill.
And
the
it's
pictures make it
downhill,
look like it's
right.
uphill, but it's decidedly downhill. When you
Yeah.
drive past it, it's really
Would you even see that from the road?
Not really. Okay.
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 Everybody feel good? Said what we need to say. All right.
Okay.
Ms. Jennifer,
Thank
thank you so
you.
much. Appreciate it. All right. Item 3, we're rolling through them. All right. Discussion of signage and alterations, refuse enclosure at 94 to 98 East Main Street. Mark Kozewski? Somebody? Okay. Did you say your name's Elise Boggs? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, evening.
What's your name again, sir?
Tyler Ichian.
Oh, I like the name Tyler.
There you go.
All right, if y'all want to give us a brief kind of overview of what we're looking at, and then we'll hear from staff.
And are your mics?
This one.
Let's do the second one. Okay.
So we're looking at two different issues in this package. One is to revisit the existing dumpster enclosure. It's really not sufficient for both tenants, and so we're looking at relocating it and enlarging it. And the intent is that the new finishes would match the ground-mounted screening that we have elsewhere on the property. So we're endeavoring not to take out any parking. So the goal is that the pickup would occur like in the wee hours of the morning, so that folks can still park in the portion of the lot that abuts the new proposed location.
Okay.
This is just some existing pictures to show you what the current dumpster enclosure looks like. It doesn't match anything, and even the prior tenant had to keep their grease waste receptacle outside of it because it's really only room for one. I think it's an 8-yard dumpster in there now.
Okay.
It's just a quick graphic to illustrate the general aesthetic that we're going for. And then the second piece is to show you the proposed tenant signage for Slice House.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Staff, you have any comments for us?
Yes, I have a couple, and so I'll start at the refuse area. So currently, the proposal includes the relocation of the dumpsters and utilizing different materials than what is existing. The existing refuse area is located behind the building, closer to the Harpeth River, and so it's located here, and it's located on the map, and it utilizes a letter B. It says the existing refuse areas utilize metal panels for all sides of the enclosure, which is elevated off of the ground to not impede floodwaters if there is a flood. Based on the information from previous meetings, the refuse area that is needed will need to be expanded to accommodate the new businesses in the buildings. Since the refuse area is in the flood fringe overlay, the structure is deemed non-conforming as it is existing on the site. The proposal is to relocate the structure to a landscape pad that fronts First Avenue North, and that's over here where C is. The refuse area will also be composed of a board and batten material that is utilized to screen the back of the house equipment at the rear of the buildings. So the zoning ordinance requires that refuse areas such as dumpsters, trash compaction, garbage, or recycling collection, and other similar service areas shall be located away from frontages and to the side or rear of the building, and at least 5 feet from any lot line. Walls should be provided to fully screen the refuse areas from public view and be no less than 6 feet in height. Walls shall be opaque and be constructed of brick or stone materials that complement the main colors and materials of the associated building they serve. Gates shall be opaque and designed to complement the wall materials to allow dumpster gates to remain closed as often as possible. Either a pedestrian door, wall offset for pedestrian access, or self-closing gates shall be provided. The design guidelines recommend that site and setting alterations should be considered as appropriate when they are undertaken in locations that are not visible from public view, do not involve the removal of historic features, and do not detract from or overwhelm the context of the historic districts. As proposed, the location is not appropriate per the zoning ordinance and the design guidelines. If the location stayed the same as the existing structure is located at, there are several different design options to consider. The first one would be to utilize a shadow box wood plank design or to utilize the existing material that is there currently. It will, however, need to be elevated so that the material does not directly abut the ground so the water can pass through and not impede water if there was a flood. The second option would be that the main material of the structure would need to be brick or concrete and painted white so it would be compatible with the building, and utilize flood vents, opaque doors, and a pedestrian entrance. Moving on to the signage, we'll just do this bigger image. The signage proposed will measure 43.7 square feet in size, and the design guidelines would classify this sign as a wall sign. The guidelines recommend selecting location, sizes, and placement of the signs to complement the building and other buildings within the district. One should use traditional sign placement to enhance the architectural elements of the facade and attach signs to the building carefully to prevent damage to the historic fabric of the building. As proposed, the sign exceeds the design guidelines recommendation for size, as wall signs are to measure 9 square feet and be proportionate to the building facade and other signage. Additionally, the sign's placement is not exactly complementary to the building, as portion of the signs are not centered directly in the white area of the building kind of area that it's proposed to be in. It is recommended to utilize muted colors and use vibrant colors as accents. The thickness, projection, and material are appropriate within the design guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with the refuse enclosure, and then we'll work our way to signage. Is that okay? Anybody want to start us off on the dumpster enclosure? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I will. You know, when we did a site visit at this location, that was brought up about moving the dumpsters. And I remember during the site visit, it was strongly discouraged moving them, especially into a more public view, that they would be in that location. I think that was proposed at the time. And I think staff's comments are right on.
Kathy?
The intent with the dumpster is you need a larger one for all three
Larger, and
facilities.
that will also be a primary entrance for Perrin, the tenant on that end. They really want to promote use of that riverfront patio, and so they would
Okay.
prefer not to route.
And we were
Is-
trying to take it out of the flood zone.
Okay.
So it's currently in the 100-year flood, and the proposed location takes it out of that area.
Did either option 1 or 2 that staff proposed, is that something that you could consider? Is pretty much putting it in the same area, just expanding it, is that correct, Emily?
It could be expanded. We confirmed with our zoning administrator and floodplain administrator. She wears both hats, but yes, she confirmed that it could be expanded.
It's possible it will take parking spot, because as you can see, it takes 2 parking spots currently. So that was a big thing as well in prior discussions, was whatever you do, you can't take parking spots. So we came up with this solution, so we didn't come up with parking. We got it out of the flood zone. We didn't use any additional parking spots. The materials is fine. I have no problem with that. We've talked about the materials before of matching, because there is no stone or brick on the building. So it was recommended to use materials that are at the existing site. If we need to use stone or brick, I'd be happy to do that. That's fine. We were just going off of what we were told prior.
Okay. One other thought was, is there another location, like at the slice of the site, the pointy slice at the top, to kind of get it further away?
Well, we had actually suggested that in a prior meeting, and that was declined as well.
Because we
it's
would move
Still
it there
within the
too.
flood?
It's in the flood.
Okay.
So you can see, can you zoom in on the map up there? The other side? Yeah.
Sorry, it's loaded.
You're good. You can see like the hash line that kind of runs through the middle of the parking lot. All of that is the 100-year flood. So we're trying to move it out of that flood area. So that's where it moved there. I know that I had to be 5 feet off of the lot line. So the proposed, I think, is 12 feet off the lot line. And it didn't take any parking spots. So I was trying to get out of the flood, trying not to take parking spots. And that's where we came up with. We did propose at one point going up at the top of the triangle there. There's some guidelines from a light pole there, but I had the trash company come out and they said they could service it in that area, but it takes parking spots. And that was my challenge. If I could take parking spots, I could come up with a better solution, but I was told that that's a major no-no.
Yeah, it's a challenge. It's just tough having it on that. You've got a really exposed site streetwise, which makes it a challenge. But
And we'd landscape, I know you guys aren't privy to that, but we would landscape all the way around that, trees, plants, to hide that as much as possible.
it's just those tenants up above have a view, more of a view down.
They have a pretty ugly view right now that if we left it the same. So we're trying to clean it up. The other challenge that we have is, can you scroll down on that? So TDOT, you can see the property line kind of cuts through all my parking in the front. So we need to assume that might be taken away from us at some point, especially when they redo the bridge. So the primary entrance for the bakery on the riverside is parking in the rear and coming up through the side. And right now you're greeted by grease receptor, the trash receptor, and a broken enclosure right now. So we're trying to get that away from the main entrance of that building as well. So that's part of the challenge there. So we're willing to invest the money to clean this up. And I mean, we're cleaning this whole site up, but that's a major eyesore as it currently lives, especially with the dumpsters sitting in 2 of the parking spots.
Have you checked the most current, the new flood maps?
That's it.
That
That's
is
it.
the latest flood map?
Yep.
And
It hasn't been, from what I understand, it hasn't been adopted yet, but that's the most readily available information.
Yeah, it goes into effect, believe it's December 21st, but we go off of best available data, so we're using the current maps
but
right now.
can they not do parking in the flood area?
I believe that they can do parking within the flood area.
So I can see why you're saying to get it around away from the door of a business, but we're doing that at the price of putting it on a street and putting it nearer to residential for pickup.
Yeah.
It's to me, too big of a price.
It's a challenge because of the property, as you know, it's on a corner. So the
Yeah,
rear of my building, it's in the
right.
rear of my building where it needs to be, and it needs to be 5 feet off the line. But because I'm on a corner,
But
everything back there
are
is
there
exposed.
not compactable, large trash compactors now that would give you more capacity?
No, not.
Or, no?
I need 2 units basically. I need a trash and recycling back there. So the prior tenants, I think we're picking up once a day. We will pick up daily or as
Yeah.
quick as we can.
Right.
To get that out to alleviate the odors from it as well. But yeah, no, I need two units there. And even, we expect to do higher volumes than the prior tenant, and they had 2, and 1 was sitting outside. So
You do have a good bit of off-street parking near you. That's the good news.
in terms of,
In terms of where customers would park.
yeah. Yeah.
Did y'all say this area up here was or was not an option?
We were told it's not because it would take parking spots.
Yeah, that's what I'm,
Drive design committee?
Just kind of
From-
everybody zoning. I think zoning was the main.
And it's still up on the street is the problem too. It's
Right.
still on the same
Yeah.
street.
right.
Do you have the same visibility?
And it
issue?
would,
Yeah.
And if we start really working in the downtown, original town of Franklin with dumpsters visible, that's a tough road to go down.
Yeah.
I mean, most people don't have enclosures, to be completely honest. They're just sitting in the parking lot, which I
They're
want.
grandfathered in.
Yeah,
right.
which I would like to avoid if possible.
Yeah, this is tough because I think, I mean, even if we said you could do it, I think it still would have to get like a variance too. Is
you're
that
correct. It would need to go, but have to come to the Historic Zoning Commission to get a recommendation to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals
Okay.
to have it be at the street, because it would go against it would need a variance against the zoning
Right.
ordinance.
Yeah, and I am sympathetic to the idea that you've got this floodplain. I mean, you do have some, we use the word hardships. It's like, well, it's the lot has some particular things about it that make it unique. If it were in that upper corner, I think the doors would have to open towards the street. That seems like worst case scenario to me. On this little island is still there, but at least the doors open internally.
That was
Yeah,
part of,
It's
that was,
part of our discussion from like, when we were at the factory talking about all those, which the factory's kind of a whole different ball of wax because it's just so unique. I keep wondering if there's a way to shuffle your parking around. So if the existing enclosure or lack thereof, since there's one outside of it too, all moved elsewhere internal in the lot, but not up on the street, could you recapture that space or two that it's in now? I just don't know if there's some musical chairs that could happen where it's not out on the side street.
I had tried doing that as well, because I have some real estate in the front of the property as well. But I was also told that I can't reshuffle my parking spots.
You still have to maintain the same number?
Correct.
And you can't rearrange them?
Can't restripe
Not-
it in a new
Not in that.
Not
arrangement?
in the front, for sure, because we wouldn't be allowed to have that type of parking now.
Oh, and
So
it's
we-
grandfathered in.
I
Got it.
just mean in the
can't
back,
touch
if
it.
they
Yeah.
moved midway back, the trash did, to get away from that entrance to the bakery, and where the dumpsters are now became just 2 parking spots. You have the same number, it's a striping thing, does that get you where you need to go? I don't know, it's still in the floodplain, but
Right.
there's some options for elevating and doing some of the, like I said, there's, none of us sit, Michael's not here, none of us sit on the planning commission, but, when people come in, you say, what's your hardship specific to your site and condition? You guys have some real ones.
I think my intent with this was to get the blessing or support of what this enclosure looks like, knowing that I still need to go through zoning. If I get it out of the flood, then I don't need to go through flood. So that was part of my
Yeah.
process with this as well. But knowing that if I can get what this enclosure looks like, and I'm open, if you guys want it to be stone and brick, that's fine, we can do that. We were just going off of what prior direction we had before. Then we'd go to zoning and see, okay, this is what it's gonna look like, work with me at where this thing can go, type
Yeah.
of thing.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
follow up with our zoning administrator on the questions that have come up today after the meeting.
Okay, get some just clarification. Go ahead.
Well, I would say, if you're here about feedback on the design, that I think what you proposed originally, I'm fine with. I really, if you want things to not show, you paint them a dark color. If you want them to show, you paint them white. I don't think we want this to show. So I would appreciate a dark color. I would not agree with staff on white brick. I would, if it were going to be brick, to me, just natural colored, attractive brick. Because we don't want this to be a focal point, obviously, and I don't think you all do
Right.
either.
That screening matches the screening that's already been approved for screening the back of like the mechanical equipment and stuff. So we were
Metal
just
board and batten type thing, is it
Yeah.
metal?
Like a shadow box.
Yeah.
I appreciate you trying to give us a visual there, but it's like, ta-da!
yeah.
Like it dropped out of the sky. But to me, that really makes me feel like that is not the spot for this thing. Right in front of, the residential. 3 businesses where once 2 were, so you've got to expand your needs on it. But I tend to agree with you, Tyler. Like, is there some way you can keep it in that floodplain and expand it to what you need it to expand, and then juggle your parking spots and still keep your same number? That's something that I would feel more comfortable supporting, as opposed to that image right there that we see, no matter what material you pick to put on it. And I appreciate you spending way more money to do brick or stone or whatever, but we can venture there on what finish looks the best once we get the right location.
And one thing that is positive to me is, and you are on the very fringe of the floodplain. So I don't think you're going to get, multiple feet in the worst case scenario. So at least that's a very positive where you're concerned.
Yeah,
And I think
I agree.
your design for the shadow box with so floodwaters could get underneath it is going to be probably much more accepted by the floodplain administrator than brick or stone.
Yeah. Ready to move on to some signage? Yes. Let's look at that signage again. Who wants to start us on this? Anybody? Brian?
I'm just going to say staff is right on this one too.
Yeah. Yeah. Kathy?
The points that staff brought out, is that something that y'all would reconsider? Too big, it's not in the center, and more muted color?
Yeah, definitely. So I went off of the length of the building, which was 44 feet. So the sign company just made it. This is the biggest possible, but I agree that's not the right size. I think there's another picture that has the gooseneck lighting above it. Is that in there?
It should have been the prior page. Well, this is the upper one is the existing, and the one below is the proposed, which shows the gooseneck lighting.
So the plan would be like in the top blue panel where the the lights would be, and then Slice House would be in the white part, middle section, and then by Tony Giovinazzi would probably be in the bottom section, scaled down more. But that was, I knew that the sign couldn't go bigger than that. But yeah, I agree. Shrinking it down would be better.
And isn't there an existing light fixture hanging above this?
It's broken, yeah. But yeah, there's one dangling.
Okay.
It may have fallen by now, but it's dangling.
Great, you got power.
Yeah.
I agree with bringing it down. This is, to my eye, it's busy when you outline all the letters for Tony's name. To me, if those were just white, they would pop more than with all the trim around them. My eye's trying to look at a lot of different shapes.
It's like one of those pictures you have to cross your eyes and back up, and you see the. Yeah, I had a similar reaction to everyone else, and looking back at the guidelines, it talks a lot about dark background with light lettering. And we have approved some buildings in particular that were white that had dark lettering. I think, was it White's Mercantile has one?
Whites, and then whenever Tap House was here on
Right.
this same building, it utilized the black pen letters.
Yeah.
Right.
And whenever Burger Dandy was previously here, that was a suggestion whenever they came to design
Right.
review to utilize also that pen lettering.
Yeah, so what I'd say is, it also talks about the vibrant colors as being an accent. So if there was a way to put the main Slice House logo in all the white, and it were, mostly black, and maybe you've got some red and color on the slicer of the O, and then just go to a straight white color right on the blue, and try and center it up. I think it just looked more organized, and then it kind of meets the intent of the guidelines, which is that you don't get signage that's maybe too bold for the district, if that makes sense, which
Okay.
is totally counterintuitive to anybody that runs a restaurant. It's like, the whole point of this is I want to be seen. But it's our job to make sure that it doesn't detract from the overall aesthetic of the historic kind of district. So I think those things could help simplify things. It wouldn't be so busy, but kind of get you all where you need to go. And I think, did you all say 9 square feet was the max? And they're at 43.
The guidelines do recommend 9 square feet and be proportionate to the building facade.
So that's like less than a quarter of what you've shown. So I don't
thought
know
it
how-
was 1 foot in length is can be 1 square foot for.
I believe that that's for canopy signage.
No, it wasn't canopy.
I can't think of the term.
This is one situation where there is a difference between the historic district guidelines recommendations and the zoning ordinance maximums.
Okay.
So for example, like a recent example was Storehouse 9. That one had a difference, and so the commission, could approve it to be a little bit bigger. So that was a recent example that
And is this which one is more stringent in, do we have the authority to give them something else, is what I'm asking?
In this case, the zoning ordinance is the backstop for that. So it is larger. It allows for a larger sign than the design guidelines do. So
Okay.
there
And
is
the
some
applicant's
flexibility if the
referring-
commission find it appropriate.
Okay. The applicant's probably referring to the zoning ordinance, whereas we are referring to the historic guidelines. Okay.
Is this not considered a band sign?
So a band sign is directly over the main entrance, and so these are kind of the garage doors. So if it were to be over this entrance, that would be considered the main entrance. And this has that canopy that kind of pops out.
So I guess maybe there can be some consideration made for that, because
Yeah.
there was a canopy that was added about 10 years ago that would block, so that's why it's over the garage doors. And for a band sign, it says maximum 1 square foot per linear foot of width of the building facade or retail storefront. So that's where I came up with that dimension. So I guess if it can be considered, I'll shrink it down without doubt. I think that's too big. But if I have consideration to not put it above the door because the canopy's there and put it over the garage door where the prior sign was, I think I can get around that.
Yeah, and I mean, I would consider that when it comes back, if it were bigger but looked in proportion with the
Yeah,
building. I mean,
okay.
this is unique in that if this were a shotgun unit on Main Street that's a single unit wide, this
Right.
isn't that.
No.
I could see that. So I would be open to hearing it, but yes, did you have something, Kim?
Mr. Chair, it just cannot exceed the wall sign maximum size because that's the type of sign that it is. So the wall sign has requirements in there for maximum sizes. We can get you that information this week. That would be the backstop.
Okay.
And that is 9 square feet.
In the guidelines, the maximum recommended is 9 square feet, but it is larger in the zoning ordinance.
So in the zoning ordinance, it's a maximum of 1 square foot per linear foot of the building facade.
So closer to what you've shown.
Right.
Yeah,
But
make
what-
sure and provide that data. Go ahead.
But what we're dealing with here is the guidelines.
That's right.
So I think we should stick to that. And I think staff is suggesting that the signage should be within the blue bands in the white field. So, I mean, whatever's brought back to us, I think it kind of needs to be follow that guideline.
Or at least show us what that looks like and look at it. One other thing I wanted to throw out for us to consider, there is going to be 2 additional sign packages on the other 2 spaces that are coming in on these 3
Just one more.
properties, right?
Just one more.
Just one more.
Print Bakery will have a sign in the prior Tap House location. Not there.
I'm sort of feeling like I'd like to see all of them
Up there.
before I nominate one of them, because it almost looks like it's one building with 3 entities in it, but you'll say 2 signs. So I would like to see how both of those play off of each other, if that's possible.
Yeah, it's just a timing thing, but I can work with them to see what they're planning for that side.
Okay.
I had a question about
Madeline.
what staff's comments were on the color again. Can you repeat that?
Yes, so the guidelines recommend a maximum of 3 colors and to utilize more muted colors with vibrant colors used as an accent.
What would be considered muted, like just neutral colors?
Yeah.
Because I agree with Mary about the bottom portion being all white, but I also understand why they selected those colors, because if it's white, it's going to disappear. If it's black, it doesn't really make sense. But I do think if it's smaller between those 2 blue bands, and then they do what you said with the bottom portion, it would look better. I also think that'll be a benefit to you guys, because with the spacing of the gooseneck lighting, your sign will actually be lit better at a smaller scale than it is at this scale.
I agree with that. If the red's just not, the color of my lipstick.
Yeah, it's
Right.
It just,
And what color is that?
a red that does, that just has a little bit
I
of
think I'll
subtle
just have
to
to.
it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the logos are logo,
a
right?
brand.
Yeah, if it's the
it's-
color of
yeah, it's
yours
like Hattie
looks like the
B's,
color of
you can't
marinara
change.
sauce or pizza sauce, and that's fine in my mind.
But maybe it gets flipped to black or white, or I don't. I'll work with it, but I can't just like change the red. Like there's a corporate
Yeah.
Right.
branding of that. You know.
Yep, I understand that. In most corporate branding, marketing groups are used to working in all kinds of jurisdictions and they have to change
Yeah.
things.
They simplified that to 3 colors because originally it has 6. Really, the pizza slicer has more colors, so we already reduced it to 3 to meet the guidelines.
Yeah,
But I can play with it more and see what I can do.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you're too terribly far off. I think it's all the things we've said can be tweaked, and I think it'll still do a lot of what you want it to do. So,
Okay.
everybody good on
Still
this?
be
one?
visible.
Yeah.
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 Can I just go back to the trash enclosure real quick, just to make sure I'm
Yeah,
clear
real quick,
for the
real
next
quick.
round? Are you supportive of the current material for that enclosure? Obviously, we'll work where the location is, but the material of that, are you supportive, or are you saying that it needs to be brick and stone?
Can that material come in a darker color?
Yeah, I mean, we could paint it too. But yeah, that on the Perrin side, that's the fencing. It will be a white color to match the white building that is going to hide the equipment that's currently there.
I think the white, if it were white, it would show everything that gets spilled on it too. If it's dark, yeah, a darker color. I mean, you have that blue on the front, but it's a popping blue too. So I'm like, that's maybe not right either.
I think the screening on the rooftop is black. So
Yeah,
we
black
could do
would be-
black and it will match the rooftop screening.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that could be it.
And when you say material, you're talking about the metal shadow box? Or would it be wooden?
It's like a resin material for the rooftop screening.
I'm talking about for the enclosure for the dumpsters.
Oh, it's wood.
It is wood. Okay.
So we could just do wood and paint it to match the rooftop, the screening material. Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
y'all. Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much. All right, next up, item number 4. Discussion of alterations of courtyard at 159 First Avenue North, and Brandon Pretty is here. Make sure your button's on.
Hello?
Hello.
So, there are 2 currently, and we've got images of the current conditions. We've got the columns that were installed some time ago. And this is just trying to come up with, what will kind of span over top of those columns at the 2 entrance pieces, or 2 entrance points, I'll say. One of them set pretty far back off of 2nd Avenue and the other off of Main. I actually added dimensions to the next page. That first page was just to establish existing conditions. The point of this page was to talk more about for being as far back as they are, it's about 100 feet, give or take, off of Main, and 220 feet, give or take, off of 2nd. They're set back pretty far. And that, in conjunction with what our proposed design is, really try to do something that would recede into the streetscape, not trying to make any sort of profound statement that's going to be eye-catching certainly off of Main or off of 2nd. Try to take some cues from some of the surrounding building elements. We've got some images on the last page that show, we've got obviously a lot of railing. You've got the brackets on 2nd Avenue at the Harpeth Hotel entry. And then we've got that existing arch to the side. So all that to say, we wanted something, light, that was a little lighter touch than some of the previous submittals that I had seen. And then the best view of those can be on page 3. I blew those up to show what we're proposing. And it is just a very light, dark structure to the discussion previously. Dark colors recede. Not going to visually jump out. So this is what we are proposing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Elizabeth.
Thank you. So this concept has come before the Design Review Committee and Historic Zoning in the past. In December of 2022, a COA was issued for a flat wood top arbor to be placed on top of the columns that you can see there. That was approved in 2022. And then this concept returned in November of 2023 and then March of 2024 with the metal arch top for the columns. And in the March 2024 meeting, the commission did vote to deny the request for the metal arch top at that time. So as this concept has returned with a new design for a metal archway on top of the columns, the applicant has provided images of the use of the metal archway and the use of the metal materials throughout the development and also at the brownstones. The size specifications of the proposed arch were not provided within this application, but the guidelines do recommend the following for the site and other site and setting alterations to generally site and setting alterations should be considered as appropriate when they're not undertaken in locations that are highly visible from public view, do not involve the removal of historic features, and do not detract from or overwhelm the context of the historic districts. Although the proposed location is set back from 2nd Avenue by 220 feet and Main Street by 100 and 140 feet, the archway will still be visible from the public view shed, and while the use of metal fencing and materials are seen on the development and throughout the district, it's most commonly used as a fencing type. The use of metal in the arch is not seen elsewhere in the historic district and could detract or overwhelm the historic district due to the tall scale, design, and materials. As the applicant has noted, the signage that's shown in the images is not intended for discussion, as this is not a sign type supported by the design guidelines or the zoning ordinance. In discussion and feedback about the impact on the historic district had by the addition of this type of item that is not seen elsewhere in the district would be appreciated. The materials, arch design, and size would be helpful to focus on, as well as visibility from public view. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
One quick thing, if I could, back to that second page where we had the views from the street, to underscore kind of the lack of visibility. I actually, and you've got to zoom in to see, but I've actually dropped in what the piece would look like there. If you zoom in, you can see the rendering itself. And again, those are images I took, walking along those streets and then looking back at where those existing columns are, and you can just make that out.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners. Go ahead, Brian.
So I remember when it came before us with the metal, and I supported that look. And the reason I did was because there's already precedent on the site that the Historic Zoning Commission approved that has this very metal arch. It's at the entrance, I believe, of the garage.
Yes, sir.
And given it's so set back so far from the road, it's a brand-new building. The building really that's next to it, it's a bank now, that's a new building from the 1970s. But I would say from what I see now from the previous rendition was a little heavier, and this seems to lighten it up. It softens the landscape, and I think it's even better than it was before. And those would be my comments, that I don't see where this detracts from the historic zoning district.
Okay, I'll be happy to give my comment.
Go ahead, Mary.
I think the metal on 2nd Avenue is, to me, what I've heard from people, it's not embraced. We approved it. We're not always perfect when we approve things. That's how I see that. I think this completely takes it out of a human scale look. It makes it almost, how tall are the columns, Brandon?
10 feet to the top of the column.
10 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
So the pictures could be exaggerating it a little bit, but I like what we approved before. I think if it were metal and had maybe the hanging sign to bring it just down a bit more, to where maybe it was reading like a 9-foot entrance, which is still a pretty tall doorway. I could not support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really wish I got to see what you had before, because I'm really not a fan of this either. I think it just doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's possible that what you had before I would have liked. So I would love to.
Yeah, to clarify, the previous design wasn't wasn't us. There was a different group that had done that. I'm not sure if y'all have access to that. I can describe it pretty quickly. It was it was kind of a full semicircle. To Brian's point, it definitely read heavier. It had, I believe if I remember right, some kind of trellis elements punctuating it around that semicircle and a lot thicker. And I think that's what we were going for, was really to try to lighten that.
I think what was done before could be improved on. I think we don't need to make these columns look taller. I think the columns they're beautiful columns. At this point, they're kind of more like an art feature than reading part of anything else. So, yeah, that to me is heavy too. I think let's just go kind of barely barely arched, straight across, keep it simple.
And did you remind me? Did you all say that we're not looking at the signage now, or we need to? You wanted some feedback on that.
It was noted that we're not at this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I think we understand that the signage there is tough in general because I don't know that that's a unique condition. I don't know that the zoning ordinance really talks about a sign like that. I kind of want to decouple that from this discussion. We put it on there for reference because, I think the owner would like to have that, but understand that any discussion here would kind of be.
I think it was just going to name the area.
Yes, ma'am.
As I
Yes.
remember, which I
Yes.
think is fine. I think we approved the metal one on Second Avenue because it had vines growing all over it, which in reality cannot happen. They have tried this over the summer to put vines, but it's just not an area that's going to really
Like
just-
let a vine take off in a pot to go up 12 feet or whatever.
Just to
Elizabeth,
clarify, this is the application that came before in the March 2024 by a different applicant, and then this is what was approved in 2022.
I thought there was another one though that was a little more severe. I actually hadn't seen that previous arch. The one I was,
there's one that was like a
referring to-
full half circle.
yes.
That one?
Spikes, that's the term I was looking for. Yeah. It was a little more heavy.
It was copying the one on. It was copying the one on Second
By the
Avenue
garage entrance.
that we already approved.
Elizabeth, can I ask you to go back to the images that Brandon dropped the proposal in, and zoom in on those again too? Because I know the columns the owner has, and so we're trying to make a statement on entrance. Zoom in a little bit more for me, please, because actually what happens is all of the design that you've done to the top of it, which it kind of reminds me of a bridge a little bit, it goes away. I don't see it. So to Mary's point, having something that is not so magnificent, but very, very simple, and then display your signage. And I thought that was a real critical point you brought out about making it humanistic. So you're trying to identify entrance or passage through on it, and I think it would read just as well. It just seems to get lost until I'm right up on it. So, it's a bit of a haul down that street. So I think simpler would even be better. Even if, since we don't know the dimensions of it, even if you took that down and shrunk it down, still keep your same form, but minimize it a bit. It is a very heavy cap, even though it's skeletal-like on top of that column.
That was actually going to be something that I said. Like, I love the design of it, but even if it could just be scaled down a little bit, and I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but the renderings, I don't feel like the renderings are helping any, because I feel like once they look massive in the rendering, and then when you put it into the perspective photos, I'm not as offended by it. So I don't know if those are helping.
And I think, having been in that area, what we're trying to do is entice people back there.
Yep.
So something that, to me, that looks friendly, human scale, is going to be what does it. And there's more to it than this, like some big pots with plantings and something. But I think the point is to entice people into this really pretty great area.
And I will say what was approved with the arbor is attractive, and there's just no doubt about that. But as I understood from when they came before us for the voting meeting with this design or something very similar, it had to do with their logo. Somehow this is akin to their logo. Is that true?
So the circular piece in, you can barely see it here. You can see it better in those renderings, the blow-ups. It's just got that little simple logo for the Harpeth, that piece. So they wanted something that would integrate that a little better. I do think they wanted something that felt a little lighter and maybe even more playful than the kind of that heavy lintel. To the point about the renderings, I completely agree. My challenge was I wanted to show enough so you could see what it was, right? You certainly couldn't see them in those other shots from the street, which was in some ways a little bit the intent, but I also wanted to be sure, you were clear on what was proposed. Can certainly soften, I think thinking about how to soften the base of those with some landscaping or some pots is a really good idea. I like that.
One more thing I was gonna say is I think part of what doesn't look right to me is that the top material and the columns have nothing to do with each other. And so I think if there was a way to tie them in, if there's anything, if you can bring it down and add something lower of the metal or else add something of the kind of the stone, it's just more of the weird contrast without the connection. I mean, maybe that can be done with landscaping, but again, that's not what we're, supposed to be deciding based on, but I think that's part of it. It's like it's just the kind of a strange combination without being connected so well.
Yeah, no, we considered that, and there's a piece of that where you're trying to decide, to your point about enticing people to get back, at what point are you wanting to make, a little bit of a statement that creates some interest, and, oh, that's kind of cool and different, versus, and you've got the, the traditional, doesn't get much more traditional than those columns, and something with a little different feel to it. But the point is taken.
Yeah, I think it looks like a frame.
Yeah, to
And like, do you want colored glass in it? Do you want it
Yeah.
to look like the Metropolitan in Paris? The subway? I think it's a lot of work going into it without a lot of oomph, if that makes sense.
And I think to the point of them being related, like if what that set on were square metal things that were like they were a smaller cap on the column, something, and you know how you've got the bars, Brandon, this way. If there were some way they related, that piece related to the column.
You're talking about the
more.
connection piece between the steel and the column. Like right now, they sit on those kind of crossbars coming at you, something
That made it
different than that.
relate.
Yeah.
That's
Is that
what
what you-
reminds me of bridge. It looks like bridge construction.
Yeah.
It,
It's a very light truss.
Yeah, and it also reminds me of World's Fair entrances. It's just too magnanimous. But then again, it's scales off. And good point about connecting materials together too, because
Yeah, it needs a little tweaking. I'm
Yeah.
sure you guys can
Let-
figure it out.
Let me ask this. I guess this scaled down, softened, if that were scaled down and softened as we discussed, are we amenable to the idea of the arch? And I guess what I want to be sure, because I think we can do all these. These are great suggestions. I got 15 ideas on how to do this stuff right now. I'm ready to go draw. But I want to be sure the idea of the arch, is that something y'all are amenable to if we soften that a little bit like we've discussed?
I think so.
I think so. I think it just
Okay.
needs to be a little bit more cohesive and then
Yeah.
scale, more human scale.
I definitely think it makes sense with the buildings around it. It looks like something that would be at the Harpeth Hotel. I like that design.
and in where you dropped it in against the backdrop of those other buildings too, you had other iron balcony handrails. So I noticed that there was an overlay of the vertical handrail and then the arch. So the arch helps to delineate it. But I would study that. So give us 3 options.
It just looks like it's kind of missing something. Like it needs more column. Like it needs to be a wider span or something. It looks like it's just like one little piece of something that was supposed to be a lot bigger.
It's a frame. They're going to come finish it later.
Real quick, what was the original intention of the columns that are just there with nothing? Like what was that all about?
I think they knew that that was going to be an entrance. Had the image of just kind of the heavy beam coming across that. But the idea is just to create entrance points into that courtyard.
Was there a piece originally across the top, or is it?
No, these were columns that were recovered from, I think, I believe Mr. Heller bought them somewhere towards the beginning of the project. We've got them. They're actually, they pick up again. There's 2 or 3 of them in the hotel courtyard. They pop up in a couple different places.
Yeah, I think they're historic limestone columns from, I think, South Carolina.
I think that's right.
So I'm just trying to understand. So the arch is okay, and metal is okay. It just seems too massive.
I just need to do it better.
I think metal's okay. I'm having trouble with that particular arch. I think if it arched some, that would be fine. I feel like the ends of this just look like, okay, we just got cut off right there.
Would it be better for it to kind of
Fall
go
into the
into
column.
the column
Yeah.
tops?
Yes.
If it could be kind of just finished a little bit more nice, I'm sure you guys can come up with a couple things that would be really nice.
I'm thinking at Serenbe, they had, there may be some inspiration in some of their actual, I want to say in their lighting fixtures, where they actually had metal vine type looking thing. And I'm thinking, that might be some inspiration. And there were some metal leaves on it that made it just
Decorative.
ooze charm.
Just kind of
and
soften it a little bit.
Softened, yes.
Well,
I think those pictures are on the internet.
I don't particularly care for the arch, personally. And the other part about this that's a little odd to me form-wise is we've got this like single member at the bottom, and then it splits to a double, which we don't see a lot because we're not looking at it in a section view, but it's like almost a heart with no cut in the middle, right? It's
Yeah,
V'd.
there's a couple, those members are closer together at the bottom, so it does push out a little bit, but yeah.
But it's so the kind of unfinished nature of the overhang on the edges. I mean, you look at classical architecture, the column, that kind of post and beam thing is the classic thing, right? And the way they've got this first member sitting atop the column, you see in porch racks, that column to the rack that holds up all the architrave and all that. And that's there, but then, you typically have a pretty substantial member that is sitting atop of that. That would be
That
the
base piece.
structural piece. And I think it just seems a little light now. And the arch is just, I don't know. For a historic district, it feels super foreign. Now, to everybody's point, this is not an old building. And it's encouraged by the federal government and the Department of the Interior to be decidedly kind of different, so that that's new, that's old, pretty straightforward.
I think the whole building makes that statement.
Yeah, it does. But this, all the arch schemes are odd to me, including the one that was put in before I ever got here. I think the wood version that you had a lot of members. It could have been kind of thinned out, but I like that version because that is the classical, back to the Parthenon was this with timbers. And I know that they had brought up some maintenance issues with that. I'm like, okay, well, do that form out of metal. or do that for them and cap it with copper, which I've seen done. They have little copper shrouds on top so they don't get wet. But I think it's just that classic post and lintel, keeping it really simple. And I think it might help us get where we need to on signage too, because all these signage types we don't even have names for in Franklin. I have no idea how they're going to go over or if it works. I mean, I don't think it's unattractive, but if you've got some horizontal members with some depth to them, now we have somewhere to put something. It doesn't have to hang down. I don't even know if that's a supported sign, but all of a sudden it becomes something that all works together instead of asking for something that's a little out of the ordinary and then coming back and asking for signs that are, again, out of the ordinary. It's a lot of asks when I think there's probably a solution that might answer a lot of the questions at the same time. But, and again, we're trying to get people back in this back corner of this building, which, you know, I've said this before on other projects, it's a self-inflicted wound. I mean, the architects designed this courtyard to be there internal to the lot, which is a little bit of a peculiar place to put retail. And now we're having to make concessions on our design guidelines because they can't get people to go way back there. It's like, well, you know, that's an architectural problem. It's not a historic zoning problem that we now have to fix. So I'm reluctant to just, you know, to me it looks like they cut a piece of a roller coaster off and put it on top there. And it's like, you know, when's the buggy going by with the kids, you know? It really screams that, especially this version and even the ones before it. I was like, this really looks like roller coaster construction. So I'm not a big fan. I think it screams something that I don't want it to scream.
I think I might be the lone sheep on this. I feel like it looks like sculpture, and it's kind of reminiscent of, it's either, I can't remember if this bridge is at Pinkerton Park or over by the rec center, but it kind of reminds me of one of those bridges in the railroad tracks around here. So I don't know. I kind of like it, but.
Have no direction.
I mean, that was a lot of feedback. If I can't pull help out of that, that's on me. No, that was good. I appreciate y'all taking the time. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Brandon. All right, everybody. Number 5, site alterations, 328 Franklin Road. This is Linda Childs. I don't think this is Linda.
No.
Tell us your name, please, sir.
Substitute. I'm Ernie Reynolds, Holly Consults.
What was your last name?
Reynolds.
Reynolds.
Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mary.
You just got his PhD.
Wonderful. All right, give us a brief introduction, please, sir.
We are representing the owner, Leanne James of 328 Franklin Road. Ms. James is nearing the end of a substantial renovation of the mid-century home. We would appreciate your thoughts and input on compliancy of 3 specific matters on the front lawn. One, a 2-car exposed parking apron, we'll call it a parking pad, which we hope is not in conflict with the existing code, but we'd like your opinions and staff thoughts. Secondly, simply a connector sandstone patio that gets us from the existing stoop of the front door of the building, which is to remain as is, the stoop itself. But we do not have a lead sidewalk now from what would be the motor access to that front door. Finally, an on-grade irregular break sandstone terrace that would service the breezeway of the building on its front right elevation.
Okay. Staff, you have some comments for us?
Yes, I do. So, as Dr. Reynolds just told us, the proposal includes several site element changes, which includes changing the driveway material from asphalt to concrete, adding a parking pad in front of the principal building, adding a walkway from the front door to the driveway, and adding a stone terrace in front of the front patio breezeway. So the design guidelines recommend minimizing the visual impact of parking by following historic patterns that locate parking and driveways along rear or side of buildings. Use durable materials that were historically typical for driveways such as gravel, concrete, bricks, and asphalt. Use sidewalk materials that were historically typical such as concrete, brick, and stone. Design new sidewalks and walkways to follow historic patterns of alignment, configuration, width, and materials. And site and setting alterations should be considered as appropriate when they are undertaken in locations that are not visible from public view, do not involve the removal of historic features, and do not detract from or overwhelm the context of the historic districts. So changing the material of the driveway from asphalt to concrete is appropriate within the guidelines. So as it is proposed here on this kind of site plan, adding a walkway from the front of the house to the driveway is appropriate, but it would be appropriate to utilize concrete instead of the proposed sandstone material. Additionally, it is not typical in the Franklin Road Historic District to utilize like a terrace in the front yard, as this alteration is more commonly seen in the rear yard. And the zoning ordinance does not permit parking pads in front of the principal building. It could be to the side or to the rear. And that's all my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners. Let's start with the parking pad. I've got my list of 3: parking pad, walkway from the stoop to the driveway, and the breezeway patio. Let's start with the parking.
I think that, as staff has said, goes against the Franklin zoning ordinance and really isn't
Right.
our call.
Right,
Yeah, and it's something that's typically not seen in the historic district.
right. Nothing else on that? How about the,
I have a question on
Yes.
that one too. Is there an option that could be relocated to the side or the rear?
Yes, we're on a 2.8 acre site. So this primarily is for convenience to the front door for guest arrival.
Yes.
And the owner, I'm certain, would be in agreement with moving that to a side parking
Good.
space.
Good.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
okay. And then what does that, if the parking is not there, does that make you think differently about your stoop? Walkway from the stoop, or will it just tie to the drive, or you think it might curl around to the parking?
It feels to me that we would have a pause point at the stoop that would frame the same dimensions as the stoop, and then we'd take a right angle return to parking.
Okay. Okay. Any thoughts on that, anyone?
I think that's a better design to kind of tie it more close. It makes more sense to tie it back into the garage, the driveway a little bit more.
Great.
Anybody want to tackle the patio? Thoughts on the patio?
One more question too about
Yes.
the connector. Sandstone. Staff recommends concrete versus sandstone.
Just doing a preliminary look, there wasn't a whole lot of examples used on Franklin Road. It's typically more concrete instead of a stone, like what is proposed.
And the building, the home does not have a sandstone currently anywhere on it.
No, ma'am. The home does have a limestone bib. So we were using the sandstone as a blue grade to pick up on that bib. And certainly it'd be an upgrade in materials.
Is the scale, is it large? Is it proportionate to that limestone? Oh, there's an image, okay.
We'll be proposing a 4-foot wide pathway or walkway.
I think the sandstone would look really, really nice and enhance the property instead of the concrete.
Concrete, I agree.
And that would be from the drive,
Right.
from the drive to the door.
I agree, and I think the visual impact in this situation, it's not like it's a neighborhood sidewalk and
Right.
you're looking straight into it.
It's a very different lot.
And what about the patio? Where is the patio located?
So the patio is, so there's an existing kind of breezeway. Let's see, I'll pull up the existing photo. It's a little bit easier to kind of understand. So there's this existing breezeway, and so they're proposing to have kind of like a front little kind of patio here. I can pull up this. So here it shows kind of a little terrace out
So
front.
it's terraced up to be level with the house?
No, sir, we anticipate that it'll be one step down from the building. So it won't be visible from the road. And it's more or less a secret garden. That's a terrific sunset site. And the breezeway otherwise isn't serviced at all. One can't escape it, at least onto a harder walking surface as is.
So it is on grade, though.
That's right.
Okay. Anything else? No?
I think it's a solution to this site. If you can't use the breezeway any other way.
Yeah.
And it is a spectacular sunset.
Yeah. I don't mind the patio as part of the landscape, and I think, the next people down the road, if they wanted to take it back to the original thing, it's a landscape feature that, doesn't have big footings or anything under it. It's a slab on grade with
I think it's
stone. It'd be pretty.
appropriate for this home, the size of it. And what about the sandstone? I think the sandstone would still be another lovely. Is the existing breezeway concrete? The part you step down from?
I think it is. Do you have it?
There's a little stoop.
The stoop.
The existing stoop is brick and will remain so.
Looks like it might be.
Yeah, that one's
It's
Might be
kind of
concrete.
pad with
Could
a
be an
brick
old
step.
stained concrete surface.
Yeah. And then the bricks of the front steps are brick.
Is that it? No, that's the front door.
Yeah, that's the front
That's right.
door.
We don't have a very good shot. It doesn't look like the stoop.
I
But
think,
from memory, it is just a broom finished slab.
I think nature, the scale of it, the size of it, I think the sandstone would be an appropriate choice to match the other sandstone.
Any other last comments here? Everybody feel good? Is that helpful?
Very. Thank you all
Okay.
very much.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Did you have something?
Say, when I was a kid, my grandfather used to tell me he had a PhD. And I said, "What does that mean, grandfather?" He said, "Post hole digger."
I got one of those too. Thank you all.
That one's free.
I'll use it.
All right, item number 6. Yeah. Site alterations and additions to the principal and accessory structure at 720 West Main Street. Amanda McCreary.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Okay, we are starting the design process on this house, and so I want some initial feedback. We're definitely not fully baked, so this is more of a schematic conversation just to get a little bit of feedback because it is one of the older structures and it has an interesting lot. We have quite a bit of grade change. At 720 Main Street, this is one of the McEwen homes, from what I understand. And we can handle, you've already got them pulled up, we'll handle some of the exterior things. We want to change the handrails down the steps. They're metal. They're not original. And we would like to have them match the wood railings that are on the front. It might be on the last page. I went out of order. Yes, there we go. Okay, so the handrails down the stairs are just metal. The front porch railing is clearly more decorative and indicative of the style of house. From what I understand, the McEwens did this house for one of their adopted sons. They also did the house behind on Fair Street. And the house on Fair Street still has the original railings down the stairs. So we would like to put the railings down our stairs to match. So that one's a little bit more of an easier one. Want to talk through of putting a fence. Is that Christmas music? Are you getting the party started?
Mr. Sandman, bring me a treat.
Fine. Okay, so we'd like to put a fence on the right side of the property too. Now I think that's at the first page. See, now I'm way out. I'm just making you work today. This is where we get to be a little bit interesting. So if we put a fence on the right side, we are significantly below grade. So if we're 20 feet back and we're 7 feet tall, you're still going to see in it from the street. I realize that if we go taller, that's also a zoning problem, not just a historic zoning problem. So just wanted to talk through if you would be supportive of going taller in that location, realizing we would have to go before the BZA. So the front wall is stone. You can see it in the picture on that bottom right. You can see it. So the front walk is stone and has a metal railing on top of it. And so if we were to do something similar at 20 feet back and do a stone portion below and a wall above it, a fence wall above it for some privacy, how would we feel about that? That one's not as easy. And then we would like to do a small addition to the rear of the property. There's an existing covered porch on that rear left side. We'd like to enclose it, make it a little bit larger at that location to give some additional space and do a connecting piece with a porte cochere. Yeah, you can see the existing portion there. One of the discussions I want to talk about with that is if we make it larger, we'll still stay off 18 inches off either corner of the historic house like we typically do. But that shed roof that's to the left of the chimney, the other side, that one, yeah, not the original gable, but the shed roof that's the existing kitchen below it, that guy. It's real low ceilings in there. Would we be open to raising that shed roof a little bit while tying in the existing addition? And we would also like to expand the garage and want to talk through that. We're currently showing it at 50% of the floor plan for the garage expansion, but would we be open to going larger so we could stack 2 cars in it as a stacked garage? That's a lot. Hopefully somebody was making a list. Tyler, you got me?
I got you.
Okay.
So walk me through the garage one more
Okay.
time.
So we
'cause
have not done any design work on the garage besides just
Okay.
I put a footprint of, and it says existing. That's a typo. It's
I
existing
figured.
is the light gray, dark gray is the new.
How do you
we're-
get in the garage? Is it
It's currently on the side.
the right side?
The how do you get into it as a vehicle?
Yeah.
It's on the left side of on the street side.
You come in off
You
Ninth Avenue.
9th. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was 9th or 10th. Yes. I think. Yeah. Oh, clearly I need to add that. Make a note, Amanda. Add that to my.
I'm more curious just about all that, like, it's like a whole sea of paving back there.
It's a lot of asphalt that we're gonna rework too, because we got a grade issue.
like, wow,
So
okay,
if
okay,
we've
I'm
got,
following you
yes, so we've got, if we have an addition coming off, the addition on the corner where that existing covered porch is, that's not a problem. If we do an additional addition with a porte cochere like we're proposing, we do have a grade issue. So we're trying to actually stay off closer to where those HVAC pads are to stay out of the portion that's completely 2 stories. So an addition off the side and a porte cochere there, and then get us back to the back. We do have a lot of asphalt, and we will be addressing that. But we're looking at some big picture items too. So, and one of them is if we'd like to extend the garage, that's going to start to eat at some of the asphalt too, extend the house, porte cochere. We'd probably do a change of material, start to eat some of that away as a giant asphalt parking pad. But we have a huge lot, so we're still not over our 40% threshold.
Perfect. you have some comments, Emily?
Do.
Okay, thank you.
So, here, let me get back to. So the property at 720 West Main Street fronts two streets, West Main and 8th Avenue North. The house was constructed circa 1880 and is considered an L-shaped bay cottage with folk Victorian adornments. The accessory structure was constructed circa 1940 and is considered contributing along with the principal building. So the proposal includes, in addition to the principal building, in addition to the existing accessory structure, adding a portico share, adding a privacy fence to the rear yard, relocating the existing HVAC, replacing the roof, and reworking the hand railing on the front stairs. So the proposed addition on the principal building will be, let's scroll to this page. So the proposed addition on the principal building will be 269 square feet and then 251 square feet for an added portico share, which will be a grand total of 520 square feet. This meets the guidelines for size and placement. However, this is a corner lot and the addition will be highly visible from 8th Avenue North. More information is needed to give feedback on the garage, but the addition size appears to be appropriate. The design guidelines recommends that fencing to be compatible with the architectural style of the building, and the rear yard, which is defined as 20 feet behind the front facade of the building, can be up to a height of 7 feet. It'd be recommended to utilize a design that is complementary to the existing fencing on the site. So I had that it's unclear where the existing HVAC is located, but while we were sitting here, I zoomed in a little
It's
bit
behind
more.
that fence. Yeah, yes.
It was well screened.
It is, it is.
So, so then for the replacement of the roof, let's see.
Oh, yeah, there was that portion too.
So on here, it says that it will utilize new asphalt shingle roofing on the existing portions, and then metal roofing on the front porch roof, and then the metal roof on the low slope portions of the roof. So replacement of the roof and removing the existing material of the metal roof to a shingle is not supported by the design guidelines and is recommended to preserve historic roof forms and materials. Roofing sections on main and other visible facades should remain unaltered. So for the porch railings, let's scroll down to this photo. So for the replacement of the porch hand railings, more information is needed to determine if this alteration is appropriate. The design guidelines recommend avoid adding architectural features that are not original to the historic porch. Utilizing historic photos of the porch and its detailing may allow for a different design of the front porch, of its railings and handrails. However, it is helpful to see the sister house on the opposite block face and how its detailing is. And then for the portico share on the rear of the building, it is proposed. The guidelines recommend adding portico shares to historic buildings only if documentation exists demonstrating that they existed historically. Additional information is needed to understand if one was originally on this site, and again, this addition would be visible from 8th Avenue North. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to have to excuse myself for family.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. You want to start us off, Brian?
Yeah, I'd like to just maybe spur conversation.
Sounds good.
And if we could go back either to the street view from Google or to page SK01 for the proposal, but that's fine, just to get this, I mean, can you zoom in on that just a bit? Of the house from that angle? And this is 8th Avenue, I said 9th a while ago, but it's 8th Avenue
Okay.
and then West
Yes,
Main.
yes.
So we have two
We
street
do.
frontages.
We do.
Where this is concerned. And of course, this was Bill Derryberry's house. That's who I knew was there, who died in his late 90s, been there forever. And it's good to see that it's hopefully going to be in good stewardship.
It is, absolutely.
One thing that you can really see from this view, where you see the L coming off the back, which is a fairly short L, is where how the roof lines do. And that is part actually of to me, the charm and character of an old house when you see its change over time. So to the additions that would come out with the porte-cochere, and then the new roofing that would come out, at least what I could tell from the schematic of that, I mean, it's really gonna change the way that looks in that corner.
It does. It comes up, it will not come up high on the house, but it will come up more to the, in the valley, that valley of those two gable ends. It'll come up through there.
And just throwing this out, and you know, this is for discussion, have you considered at all maybe making that L longer?
We have, and that's something we're definitely open to.
And you see how they've dropped that other section down
And
a little
I
bit?
think honestly, you know, the owners are definitely very open to that because we've had those discussions. I think the challenge is the grade change. So we do have, you can see it in this picture, we're 2 stories at that corner. So if we drop the gable again and extend the L, we do end up with a larger construction project for one, but also there's a stone wall on the back too. So there's a little bit of, I'm open. And that's part of the discussions we want to have here for sure.
In my thought, then you would need a porte-cochere really, unless you did something, you may still want to enclose that existing back porch
We would
area.
like to regardless, yes. So part of it is to gain more square footage, to have a single living. This house is small and a floor plan. And so it's to gain to have a 1-level living, even though this is a 2-level house for future and age in place. So we're being very mindful of that. So part of it is to give us a little bit more square footage and area to work with on that main level. That's a huge goal. And honestly, that was one of the reasons for the porte-cochere too. So you could be able to pull in and go right into the house should you need to. But yes, even if we were to extend out from the gable end, we would like to enclose that side area.
And that's just a thought that could help preserve that historic look in that corner. But I want to go also now to the porch and that porch area. So did I see in the application something about the steps, asking to make a change to the steps?
The railings are metal.
It was just the railings.
The railings, yes.
Not the actual steps.
Right. They look like they're from the 50s if we had to gauge by the style.
You're talking about the
50s to
railings.
70s. Yes, the metal railings. And then it's, yes, you call it the sister house. Yes, the other McEwen house that they share a lot line in the rear has the Victorian railing that's on the front porch also down the stairs. And so we would like to do the same. I did seek out some historic images, and Mr. Warwick did not have any of this particular house, so we don't have any photographic evidence. So we are using, the neighboring house as kind of, okay. And knowing that I went on a deep dive because you all know the house on Fair Street. I love it anyway, the McEwen house. But apparently they were very fond of the Italianate architecture. And so it also would not be surprising that railing did exist down the staircase because of just their particular style and how they felt about ornamentation.
Yeah, well, I'd say it probably did. But I'd like to say something else on the porch. And, it could be that over time that porch roof was changed to go up under the actual overlap of the metal roof. And I'm sure that was probably for some shedding water part of it. But I'm wondering if then originally that the porch had a very low sloped porch to it, and it went right up under there, and you could see that frieze board go all the way around with
I
the
imagine it
corbels.
did. Mm-hmm.
And you can imagine how good that would look.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's very indicative of their house too, on Fair,
So I mean that would be a nice change too. But now we're getting into even more.
Not
things.
that one, the other one, the McEwen house.
And as far as the fence, that fence you're talking about, seeking even a Board of Zoning Appeals a variance on. I mean that's in the floodplain. That's in a.
It is.
It's an area that. So
We're going to have to go to the BZA anyway. So like we've had to do in the past with some of our historic work on Fair Street. And so knowing that we have to go anyway because we are in the floodplain, it was something that we could.
And really
add
because
to.
of it's so low, you're not going to have a lot of privacy.
No, you won't.
And may I add, we spoke with the floodplain and zoning administrator on this property as well. And
Excellent.
with the upcoming maps, this is actually being pulled out.
Oh, it will be completely.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it'll just be in the 500 flood, 500-year floodplain, so then they don't regulate that.
Okay, that's excellent.
Wow.
I thought a sliver might have stayed in, but we're
A
good.
stroke of good luck.
That helps. Hot dog. So I do not have to go to the BZA for flood zoning variance. I do love making those diagrams though. But whoosh.
I would like to address the fencing.
Yes.
I walk by this house 10 times a week. I knew Mr. Derryberry really well. I just feel very problematic about a fence over there. That's part of the charm, is that lower lawn going down even to that culvert. It's such an unusual, you don't really see it on any other house downtown. And I just feel like if you want to use plant material to screen, that's
Right.
But I feel like that fence is going to be very wonky looking, whatever height it is. And then if you have a lower fence, well, then you have the fence at the street, and then you have that fence. So it's just like
Yeah.
Fenceville.
It's the
Right.
it's the layers of fence that's odd
Right.
to me. It's
And
like,
it's
oh, there's-
going that direction as opposed to how a lot of fences go, to the side of a house.
Right. Right.
So that's, I just think that's such a charming lot. Charming. Now, the other part in the back, I know it's on that side street. You really don't see that. It's almost like, that street's almost like an alley.
It is.
It's much narrower than, maybe it's not, but it sure looks like it.
It's narrower and it dead ends to the yellow cottage. So, it's not a thoroughfare. So it's not, I don't think it's viewed as usable.
Right.
But it does connect West Main to Fair Street.
It does. It absolutely does.
the addition, I don't have much complaint with the addition. I know it's visible on the side, but it's got a bunch of things been done to it already, and all of which are old, I think, based on the pictures. So I think all those insets that we kind of require anyways
Right.
help do a lot of what Brian's saying. Like, we can obviously see the old form because all the old corners are exposed. And I guess to his point, keeping the roof really simple is probably most helpful. The porte cochere, I don't know how I feel about that. It is a different placement than we normally see, but all of a sudden it's got a gable form that faces the side that's not house. And that's one of the things when Brian was talking, I was like, well, maybe if the roof were a gable and there was a little shed connector between the main house and this new, but there's just not that much house to do all that.
Right.
While it's a different form than we normally see, it doesn't offend me. I don't think it would look bad if it's done tastefully and the
We're trying to
detailed
play
right
with
and all
scale
that.
too. Make it smaller than the gable in the front.
Do you have to put in a retaining wall to hold all that up?
It's
Kind of behind the porte cochere?
yes, to
'Cause
some degree. Yes, it's where the HVAC. It's almost tiered now at 3 levels. So this would hit at the middle level. So it wouldn't be. There's half of it is already at grade. It's like a little bit below street level, but grade. And then there's that middle tier. It lives about where that HVAC unit is, and then the bottom tier would remain. So
the porte cochere would basically start at the end of that wing wall there.
yes,
The fence on top of it.
but no, behind it where the HVAC unit is,
Okay, so it's back.
about 5 feet behind that.
I would want to see some separation between the porte cochere and the house.
Okay.
Have been told so many times that somebody wanted something because they were going to live there that didn't quite comply with what we would normally do. And then in 2 years, it's somebody else living in
Right.
the house. So I don't oppose that. I just would like some separation from the house. It's just not typical.
Would it, and I kept thinking, does it make more sense to do, and I don't know if this is even within the guidelines, but add on to the garage on the alley side facing the house, so that porte-cochere is not there. Maybe it's a porte-cochere attached to the garage, or just an expansion of the garage to the, what is that, south?
Yes,
No,
towards
yeah.
the house, towards
Yeah,
the main house.
yeah.
I think we're definitely open to that. Again, we're a little bit tied because we're street facing on both sides. So if you read the guidelines to a T that we're street facing,
Yeah.
that's a bit of a challenge. But from an architectural standpoint, I think it could tie in nicely with what is there. And then the sister house, the McEwen house on Fair, it is a double car garage that faces 8th too. So from a streetscape, it won't be out of context either. And that one has less grade issues.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is the further you go back, the more drive and cars and things in the driveway the public's going to look at.
Right.
I personally would much rather, for the sake of the aesthetics of the neighborhood, see a building with a nice garage door or something that just looks cleaner and keeps, gives you that privacy from that side too. Because now all of a sudden the backyard is almost closed in from this side view.
And while we're talking about that, in the newer guidelines for the HCC, it's no longer 50% rule for garage additions? I could not find that in there. It was pretty vague.
By design. No,
No, I mean, I just want to verify because that's one of the reasons I'm here, just to verify.
It's in there that the overall size of the accessory structure with expansion and
Right.
existing not exceed 50%
Right.
of the principal building footprint.
But not necessarily the garage addition has to be 50% of the garage footprint.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes back to the house. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Right.
just to clarify on this picture, it's the white garage that goes with this house.
Yes.
And the one that's painted blue, that's the double garage with the other house.
Yes.
And the other one is lower in scale, which minimizes the size more.
Which is where if we were to do a second bay, we would want to shed it.
Yeah,
So we
down.
keep that, keep that vocabulary too. If we've
Right.
got these historic forms and we're altering it by lowering.
How's I made a list. One of the things we haven't really talked about, Brian hit on a little bit, but was roofing. It's all metal roof now, and you're proposing going to shingle except for some
Of the
porch-
lower slope,
porch and
yes.
low slope roof.
I think that's desired by the clients, but also want to have a discussion knowing that we're existing metal. And
We have
not
so
a-
many people in the other. who are the
I
other
know.
way.
I've been here before on the other side, but yeah, and it's not a standing seam. It's a
D-rib. Or
yeah. That's existing, and for lack of any historic photos or evidence at the moment, we might poke up there a little bit with our contractor and see what's up. We don't know what was original.
Anybody have reaction to roofing material?
I kind of like where you're going with what's proposed, even though guidelines are saying no metal. It just makes sense. If metal was there, it seems like that's a precedence.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I thought what's being recommended was shingle. I mean, they're recommending shingle, and the guidelines are saying keep the metal. Is that what you're?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kathy, you're saying you think it ought to all be metal?
No, what you were proposing,
Just like
it's existing
asphalt
now,
Gables, asphalt shingle, that type of thing, lower slopes
and then the
Metal.
metal
on the metal.
on the other right, so it's combination.
yeah.
I want to ask about the addition and how those two little shed roofs are coming in. You're talking about raising the height on that.
Yes, so we have an existing kitchen that is on, you can see it in that diagram there. An existing kitchen, it's the smaller window on the left elevation. And it's got a really low ceiling height that's existing compared to the rest of the house. So to your point, Brian, we would like to raise that roof line, but we're keeping the location where the valley is the same. So we're just changing the slope. So it's not like it's coming up higher on the gable, but to give us a little bit more ceiling room in there and not be so tight.
Okay.
So the gray line, that is the lower one is the existing, and the kind of hard black line for now, that's the sketch, would be the higher point.
So that point would tie into the perpendicular
Yes. And then the,
line of the shed.
yes, so the
You
shed
raise it.
stays at that same valley line that's existing. And then the newer structure, you know, it's much lower. The existing porch is much lower too. But that new metal roof that would come in still ties lower than that top gable form. So we're still trying to keep that original L that you can see.
I'd like to see, you know,
A
a
render-
rendering of that.
right.
But have you considered just vaulting your ceilings? That would give you the height
Um,
without altering the roof line.
On the interior?
the
we're
interior.
using part of the addition as the kitchen too. We're getting creative.
Oh.
So it just makes it a little bit more of a challenge. So our kitchen will be L-shaped.
Well, Amanda, one of the things that, looking at this specific drawing here, I'm wondering if that existing shed kind of fascia there could remain, and then looking at your
Oh,
floor
yes.
plan, you've got this rear entry vestibule thing that
Mhm.
right before the scullery. If that wall moved out and you're going to roof over the old roof, so you basically would have like an 18-inch soffit over the cabinets in the scullery, which may help you finish up to the ceiling, but then pop up. It might do kind of what Brian's saying. We get the original silhouette of the fascia. Step back 18 inches is this new shed on top.
Yeah, that's not a bad
and
idea.
And it adds, 12 square feet or something to the house, but I think form-wise, it might get us further down the road where we feel like we've protected that
Yeah,
old silhouette.
I understand
but you
that.
got
No, I
the
understand.
roof you need, and everything inside of that
Yeah.
is tall now.
That's-
But you can hide it.
Kind of what we did on 203 2nd Avenue too, where we were fixing those crazy roof lines. No, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and a rendering of what that looks like is going to
Yeah,
help
Right.
everybody.
I wouldn't want to see you not be able to experience the form of the house as it is now.
You know, kind of what I'm just seeing, and I know we're just seeing this kind of concept and kind of blocky, but, it just doesn't read like it complements the house. And so I'd kind of like to just see a little more.
I think part of this particular drawing doesn't. I see it in your roof plan that it's actually a hipped low slope roof.
Right.
This looks like a big shed.
Right.
I think
Yeah,
it
it's
might
a
be
hip. You're missing your
Freaking everybody
horizontal
out.
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We're gonna shed over, and it's
No,
like,
yeah.
not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
But you're losing that shape.
That's what I was saying. If they set that roof
Yes,
in
right,
enough,
enough.
we'll
Yes.
keep a little bit of that shape.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
they can have the space they need,
That's
though.
Which, yeah.
What you're saying is to go under the existing eaves with a low slope. Is that what you mean by that?
No, she'll have to draw it. I
Yeah,
think
it's
she
more like a
does.
pop up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did it on set on the Ernie's old office where we were. Remember, it had that old giant 2-story roof, and we came in and we popped in that eave underneath to give it. It's essentially like that, but backwards. We keep the historic and we go back that 18.
Inches or so.
Yes.
And then start this.
And
hip
then
back.
start it. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And we can definitely do, renderings and sketches and that too. I just wanted to make sure. I know we're at a prominent location and I know we're a corner lot. So before we dug too deep, I wanted to have this conversation.
So Amanda, your next step, you think you're going to do another DRC?
Yes, absolutely.
Could we maybe do a site visit too after we see some more renderings?
I think we could. Absolutely.
After the next
Yeah, after the
version.
next, yeah.
When
so
we get
see
closer
some
and
more
further along.
drawings, yeah. Because for me, what Bob was talking about the fence and how the site feels out there too, with if the porte cochere goes to the garage and not on the house, I'm kind of leaning towards thinking how that feels to the site. It would really help me get the feel for how, filling in that big old parking lot.
Right.
It happens where the garage takes it in, which is to your advantage because of the lower level.
Right.
And then we get to see
Yeah, all of
how the
above.
impact on the primary home is maybe not so impacted by that.
Right.
So I think it would help me out a whole lot to see.
Well, and I think too, we're planning to come with a couple of options too. You know, what if we do off the gable end? What if we do this? So that way we can take a look at it.
Yeah. And simpler is almost always better.
Absolutely.
And since you're no longer in the floodplain, that bottom addition part that's in the lower level would be usable.
It would be, yes. Yeah. That's great news for the day.
Aren't you glad you came?
I'm so glad I
So we
came.
could tell you you're not in the floodplain?
Oh, yeah. I'm excited about that. Yes. All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Let me make sure we got everything here. I think we did. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you guys next month.
Right. Quick break? Yeah, it's been about 2 hours. Let's come back and is 5 minutes enough? 6 o'clock? All right. And I assume you're Zachary Correa. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear out this this project that we're working on. Yeah, so there's an existing accessory dwelling unit in the rear of the house. This accessory dwelling unit is 250 feet back from the right of way, so it's very far away from public view. If we go to, you can see in the existing site plan on sheet A100, the first sheet. If we zoom in there, you can see where the existing, to the bottom right, yeah, where the existing pool house is behind the pool. So then, if you go down to the second page, this is the existing pool house. You could mainly just look at the 3D view, I guess, there, and then the floor plan to the right. The client would like to do an addition to this existing pool house. They've finished a renovation to the primary structure, and now they're looking to do an addition to the pool house. Our understanding is that the pool house can be up to 50% of the primary dwelling unit square footage based on roof cover. And so what we are proposing now, if you go to the next sheet, A3, is this, which that's a 3D view of the back. So it's a combination of pergola structure and additional roof cover. One of the things that we tried to keep in mind was residential scale of the structure. We didn't want any large flat walls. So we broke up the structure, created covered breezeway connections, had roof changes, and focus on that. We can get more into those a little bit later. If you scroll down a little bit, you can see the footprint of the proposed pool plan, or the pool house plan, and it is less than 50% of the primary residence. And then the next page will show you the floor plan of the pool house. So we've done a small addition to the north side of the project, just doing a little bedroom. We've created a connector breezeway, which is to this just directly south of the existing pool house. That's where the dining table is. So they have like this outdoor dining area that connects. And then we have this other structure to the right, which is the golf simulator. And then to the left, you have two components. First is sort of a covered lounge space by the pool, and then to the left of that is the pergola, which runs off of that. So if we scroll down, we can see the elevations. This is the north elevation at the top, north elevation at the top. The south elevation is what the neighbor would see looking from their backyard onto this property. And we have some planters in the, to help break up that facade. You can kind of see the two smaller masses separated by that breezeway area, the foundation, and then the ruble stone walls mixed in with like the horizontal siding on the right side of the. So the next sheet, you'll see the west exterior, which is from the primary structure looking back at the pool house. So the existing pool house with some modifications kind of in the middle, then the left, the bedroom addition to the left, and then the right where you have the covered lounge space and then the golf simulator beyond. The east exterior is the back of the yard looking toward the primary residence. And then the last page are just some 3D visuals to help. So if we go to, let's start with number 1 at the bottom. That's looking from the northwest, kind of a slightly elevated view looking down. You can kind of see the hole in the ground is the placeholder for the pool. Then you see the pergola to the right, covered outdoor lounge space there, and then the outdoor dining space, and then beyond that, kind of hidden a little more ways, the golf simulator. If you look at number 2, this is the view a little more from the neighbor's property. This is what they would see on their side. Once again, just trying really hard to break up the mass of the structure so it doesn't feel like it's competing with the primary residence in scale, even though it is technically less than the 50% square feet. And then number 3 is from the back of the yard, looking at the back side of the pool house. Number 4 is street view. I can get some better street views eventually, but right now, just trying to help give you a perspective. Like it is 250 feet back from the street, so it's not very visible. And there's a lot of trees that are lining that whole fence line, so it's pretty much it's not possible to see. But there's that. And then number 5 is from inside of the covered lounge space looking down toward the golf simulator on the right. Yeah, so I would love to get some feedback from you all on this project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, have some comments for us?
Thank you. So the applicant is here to discuss an addition to the accessory structure and some site alterations at 1303 Adams Street. This accessory structure is about from the 1990s and is non-contributing. The property features 2 accessory structures currently that are over the allowed size maximums within the current zoning ordinance. These are legally non-conforming structures, and their size with additions would not be allowed to exceed 50% of the principal structure's footprint per the zoning ordinance. As shown, the accessory structure with its addition is proposed to be 2,191 square feet, and the principal building is being shown at 4,405 square feet. We would request additional information and clarification by the applicant about how the square footage of the principal building footprint was calculated, and to then calculate the 50% size allowance on the accessory structure. As was submitted in the COA for the addition of the principal building, the historic footprint of the building was 2,294 square feet, and the proposed addition was 1,253 square feet, which equates to about a footprint of 3,547 square feet. And based off that, the maximum allowed square footage of the accessory structure would be 1,773 square feet. As proposed, the addition to the accessory structure exceeds the footprint of the principal building to staff's knowledge. The form and massing that is proposed is not seen on other accessory structures in this historic district. The guidelines recommend to design alterations and additions to respect the original orientation of the buildings and maintain the typical orientation of adjacent historic buildings to preserve setback distances and spacing between buildings to maintain those typical of surrounding historic buildings. Additions are typically located on the rear and elevations of the building that are not highly visible. The orientation and placement of the proposed addition does not align with the recommendations of the guidelines. The 2 enclosed spaces would need to be connected and enclosed by a heated and cooled area, as currently they read as 2 separate structures connected by a breezeway, and the construction of a 3rd accessory structure would not be permitted. And there are a few specific elements that we would like to address, such as the windows that introduce a different spacing and solid to void ratios that are kind of foreign to the current structures. The stone facade on the addition is not usual, as it only fronts, does not continue and turn that side of the structure, and creates an appearance of a faux facade and creates an irregular relationship with the roof structure that is not seen in the district. And on the principal, stone is used on the principal building for the foundation. The wall dormer, or the dormer that is proposed, should be scooched down off of that main ridgeline as well. And during the review, the zoning administrator left a few comments that we would like to make sure the applicant is aware of. The accessory structure footprint shall not exceed 50% of the building footprint on the principal building. And per the City of Franklin zoning ordinance, 1 accessory structure that is 200 square feet or less and 1 accessory structure that does not exceed 50% of the footprint of the principal structure is permitted on a lot. The existing accessory structures on the lot currently exceed the limits of this requirement. The permits for the addition to the house are still open and need to be inspected and passed for their final CO. And a permit was requested in 2018 for the conversion of the existing pool house into an accessory dwelling, and that permit was denied. Per the floor plan included in the submittal, it appears that the pool was converted to an accessory dwelling without permits, and upon approval of a permit for the addition to the pool house, parkland fees will apply. And be advised that inspections and permits for the conversion to an accessory dwelling must be approved and completed regardless of the status of this request. So additional information is needed to understand the proposed site alterations for the sports court, as it is unclear on the plans, the materials, and design specifications to provide feedback. And staff would like feedback on the orientation, size, and design of the proposed addition, as well as the some feedback about the addition's compatibility with the principal building and the historic district. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was a lot. Who wants to kick us off?
Can we see the original building? Can we have a picture of it?
Sure. I think we just had that 3D. Can you see it from Street View?
This is the view from Street View. You can't really see the accessory structure from this angle. And then from this side, there's some landscaping that you can't really see the existing accessory structure either.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is the historical home?
This
That one?
Yes.
And the footprint of it is,
So I believe based on the approved COA for the addition, it would be the closer to a number that is about 3,547 square feet, because the proposed addition was 1,253 square feet.
okay.
So we would just need to make sure we're getting the right footprint calculations for the square
Right.
footage.
So if I may, my understanding after some emails back and forth was that it was based on the roof cover. So they have a covered porch, and I imagine that would have been added to the total footprint cover of the primary structure, as the calculation of the accessory structure is based on roof cover. So wouldn't it be apples to apples of roof cover to roof cover, 50% of primary to accessory?
Yep, we would just need to clarify what the confirmed is, because we're just making sure that our numbers align with what was approved on the addition for the principal building.
Sure, okay. So then, okay, so I'll get more detailed as-builts for the primary structure. And then regarding the breezeway connection, we can enclose that and make it conditioned connection back and forth. So as long as those two, I guess as long as I get more clarity on the total primary square footage, and then we can connect the two, I think that hopefully should knock off a couple of those comments.
And the accessory structures are to read as they're secondary to the house. And as it's designed right now, in my mind, it is very competitive with the historic home. So I would recommend removal of the stone. I would recommend simplification of the roof line, and then making sure you've got it the right size. And maybe simplification of some of the window openings also, to make it read secondary to what's a pretty simple house.
If we simplified the roof lines, then that would create more of a consistent.
Where you've got it popped.
Oh, you're just referring
Where
to.
it's popped up at each end.
Okay, so you want a standard like
Yes.
overhang.
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody else?
But just to clarify, regarding the change in height of the roof lines, in order to help break it up, break the massing up, that's acceptable. It's what you're commenting on is just that sort of parapet style of, okay.
And did I understand too that it was a change in material, like all the stone and?
And the stone, and go to a siding, because you're wanting it to be secondary. You're not wanting it to look like another house in the backyard
Okay.
of a house.
Okay.
That would be sort of how I'm taking what you've presented to, is you've got a complex in the backyard. And the primary home is definitely, looks like a fancy garage. But or a bigger garage. The primary home is definitely taking a second seat, so you've got it flipped. So the massing of the additions, and even if you do close in the breezeway, which limits you down to 2 accessory buildings, which is what is allowed, it's still massive. I couldn't see the drawings up close. My computer's not working right, but does any of the ridge lines tower the primary homes?
No, the
So they're
primary
all
home
below?
is two-story, has like a two-story roof line.
Okay.
And this is a
So all of the
one-story,
addition is below.
significantly lower,
Okay.
at least 13
It doesn't
feet.
read like, it just reads really like a nice resort, a complex. And so I think the massing and the scale is not coming off as secondary to the home. I'm
Okay.
being more generic. Mary was more specific.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure how you accomplish that,
yeah.
but it is reading very
Yeah.
massive and complex and piece part, even though you're trying to stagger and make things maybe seem smaller, it's massing on.
I agree with how you articulated that.
Holly, did you have some comments?
Yeah, well, I really think that you you designed a really nice house in the yard of a house that's less interesting than what you just designed. So good job. I like it, but I think to their point, it doesn't totally make sense on why a house that's completely different. It's like kind of contemporary and it's really interesting, but it's like in the backyard of a kind of a historic house. So but I'm sure you can kind of be creative and figure out how to kind of tweak it. But I think you should save it for like a future. I mean, you could reuse it somewhere else too, and then tweak this one.
Yeah, I'm not working on the primary house, so I can't make that one more,
I think it's really gorgeous, just not in the context of that neighborhood.
Yeah.
even though it's not visible from the street.
Yeah, I mean, we
Right.
Does
have
that play a role in this?
neighbors can see it
Mhm.
too. So we consider a lot of different things, and we really consider things from a public view shed, but it's right at the setback, and it is pretty big. And I think you all hit on a lot of the points that are making it more contemporary feeling. The parapet walls is not something we see really in the residential part of the historic district. You typically don't see that very often. We have some tutors around town that have some parapets, but it's like a front entry and it's pretty understated. These are, I don't know of any gable-ended parapet walls. The fenestration is very modern with these tall skinny windows and this kind of big bank of glass wall. I agree with everyone saying it's really cool and interesting, and I don't know anybody in the room that wouldn't go, man, I'd love to have that in my backyard. But just not sure it fits. The other thing, kind of metrics wise, in terms of the site, the guidelines spell out that you're allowed to have an accessory structure 50% the size of the main footprint. We can all figure that number out. And you're allowed a second one is supposed to be under 200 square feet. This property has 2 that are already over, so they're legally non-conforming. But in my mind, one of these buildings can't be 50 and the other one already over. In my mind, they need to be added together. You're lucky you get 2 and they're already there, but I think you got to add this building that you're working on with what's already an accessory over, what do they call it, a minor accessory structure? You have 2 mains, so you need to add those together. So if the other one is 300 square feet, that needs to come off the calculation for the new building. I think that's the right way to interpret it, but I'm open to hear what everybody else thinks. And then the other part that I see is you're not really counting this pergola in the square footage because it's not enclosed, it's open air, but it certainly does contribute to the mass of the structure, right? So even though it's not conditioned, it has an open air kind of roof structure. I think if that can be limited, is probably a good thing. Like Kathy said, it's an overall scale kind of thing. It's like there's a whole lot of components to this, and just
I think
looking
you're
at
gonna
the footprint.
find out your square footage is really eaten up in this.
Come again?
I think you're gonna find out your square footage is way too high for 2 accessory buildings. If we're calling one major, one minor,
Yeah.
your square footage is gonna go quick.
Yeah.
Regarding the other accessory structure, I was informed that that was grandfathered in and that it doesn't count towards the accessory towards the accessory dwelling unit allowance. It's like an old barn built like I don't know how many hundreds of years ago. You know, like it's falling down.
Back in the dark ages.
Yes, exactly. And it is it's falling down, but I guess because it is a historic structure, the owner is not allowed to demolish it. Otherwise, he would. But that is grandfathered in as long as he doesn't, he just lets it naturally, decay. But that, my understanding was that was not counting towards accessory ADU square footage, the 50% allowance.
Yeah, but with that logic, you could come back next month and say you want another 50% up there added onto that one, and now we've got 100% of the main house distributed throughout your lot, right? So, like I said, I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I'm not in the camp that says we're going to abandon that other one and you get to kind of double dip. Is what it seems like to me. I think in an effort to bring the scale of this building you're working on down, I would consider that one, the other accessory building, because it's going to force you to bring it down anyways, and it's going to help us feel more comfortable. It's going to become more subordinate to the original house, and that's a huge ask for all that, and I think it's just too much for. Even though it's a big lot, it's just.
Yeah, the lot coverage is still at about 17%.
Yeah,
Currently,
yeah.
even with everything that we're proposing.
Yeah, I understand
including
that.
the historic building and.
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand that totally.
And so that would still count even though it's not conditioned and there's no floors. It's like dirt floor. It's basically an ag.
Most people don't have a
exempt
conditioned
barn.
garage, but it still counts.
Okay.
Yeah, we count that footprint.
But only the
regardless.
roof covering?
Did you have
Just,
something?
yeah, just to clarify, they would be allowed to have, they're legally non-conforming structures, so they would be allowed to have additions that go up to 50% on both structures. That is allowed by the zoning ordinance. Because they're legally non-conforming.
And even though they're increasing the amount of nonconformity, is
I'm not understanding that. I think, is that a city rule? Excuse me. Is that a rule, a city zoning rule?
Yes, so because they're legally non-conforming structures, their size and additions would not be allowed to exceed 50% of the principal structures. So they could have, both structures could have additions on them.
If,
They wouldn't be allowed to exceed 50% of the principal building's footprint.
okay, that is confusing to me for historic zoning because we're supposed to look at the massing and scale compared to the historic property.
Brian?
So you're saying, and this is what I think you're saying, is that because they have the two non-conforming structures, you could take the 50% and split it between both? Or are you saying they can do 50% on each structure?
Because they're legally non-conforming with, I believe, how the zoning ordinance is written, they would be allowed to do up to 50% on each structure.
We'll confirm. This is a unique question, and I don't know that we've had this. So we can coordinate with our zoning administrator to confirm that. But you do have other guidelines that address accessory structures and that they
Right.
should be subordinate in scale and size and massing to the principal
Yeah, that
structure.
discretion is left up to us to, even if they wanted to do that, we could say that feels like too much for this house. which is, I think, is what we're saying, is what you've shown is too much for this house. It's too complicated. It's too busy. It's too big. Is that? Now,
So there-
like I said, I think it's awesome looking. I think it's really cool. I just, for this particular house, it's out of scale and
I guess
character.
just trying to strike a balance, because I believe that the client brought a proposed design to design review committee in the past, and it was an addition. It was about the same size as square footage as what this is proposed as, but the main critique was that it's just a big block and there's no articulation to it, and he wanted more. I believe actually it was your comment. I was reviewing the video of it. We want more articulation. We want to break up the massing. We want to make it feel more residential, and so we went in that direction with this redesign, making it more articulation of the mass, more residential, make it feel more subordinate. It is 1 story versus 2 of the primary residence. Is 250 feet back from the front lot line. It is within 50. I mean, I'll verify, but we believe that it's within 50% of the primary structure square footage. So from any of those metrics, it is subordinate. I guess what I'm trying to understand is what are the other metrics that we're using to measure its dominance versus.
I think since there's disagreement in the measurements, that part's getting back to staff. But I think what we're trying to say is the design is too high styled, too competitive for a wood cottage style house, which is what this is historically.
And actually, it's interesting to hear it referred to as a 2-story structure when we worked really hard so it didn't look like a 2-story.
It's a 1.5, and so when we look at this site plan too, the length down the property line is longer than the historic structure is on that side. Okay, and I can eyeball that, and if it's not over, it's pretty darn close. And the width of the T is maybe a little shorter than the main house. And so when we talk about being subordinate, I mean, we have 4 elevation views that you could put side by side next to the main house and go, oh, it's the same size. That's not what I would consider subordinate. Even though it's chopped into smaller pieces, it still has, mass. And then once we get further into design and get the overall mass down, I think there's conversations to be had about fenestration and things. I mean, there's that side elevation of the golf simulator room it's a long facade with no openings at all. And I understand that golf simulators, you probably don't want a lot of light in there, but from a form standpoint and aesthetics, we would want something out there. We've done windows that look like shutters closed up. We've done windows that are back painted. There's all kinds of things that would need to be done, I think, to address some of those issues. But overall, I think it's just too much for the site. And like I said, I definitely feel as though that secondary structure, even though you could add another, I mean, you can imagine putting another 2,000 square feet on that building too.
Well, we would prefer
Legally
to
you
remove.
can, but I'm like, no, this just seems too far out there. It's too much for me to support. So the way it is.
So then to clarify, I think I'm starting to understand some of these metrics that you're using. So one of them is it's not just about the square footage or the height, but also the overall length of the building. And being that this is T-shaped, the area is lower than like more of a solid volume or square-shaped volume, which is going to have a higher area. But the length, if you're looking at any elevation, is potentially competitive with the overall length of one of the elevations of the primary structure. So that really wants to be smaller in length, in addition to smaller in square footage.
Yeah, and I think, some of the materiality made it look heavy. The parapet walls made it look heavy. Just massing wise, it's a whole lot of building. I think it's more than the original house can kind of stand up against. I think that's what everybody's saying. And I understand you've met a lot of the metrics as they're on paper, but we also have to use kind of a common sense approach to, how does this just feel next to the old house? And it feels like a lot. So that's, any other?
I'd just say, do you have enough information that maybe when you come back again, show us in comparison to what we had today? Because this would be the third iteration. So you had a much bigger one. Now this one was broken down into more parts, but the massing is still massive. Give us a comparison to show how you've made it even less massive with some of the particulars like the parapet walls, the fenestration, the windows, the dormer that's coming right off the ridge, the top ridge. That's a no-no. So those are little details that we can refine later, but it's all about this massing. It's good to see the comparison. So you've been working on it.
And the massing in this particular case, as it's been presented, all the architecture is very heavy and very, what is it I'm trying to say? Just too ornate for what is pretty much a simple house as you're driving down the street. So I think the deep lot gives some leniency, but everything's heavy. The stone's heavy. Everything's heavy. Would be my feedback.
Okay, thank you.
But I heard a lot of issues staff brought up. If you've just kind of been emailing back and forth, I mean, an in-person meeting might be very beneficial.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming. All right. Last but certainly not least. Discussion of preliminary historic zoning commission recommendation for proposed hotel parking structure and partial demolition at 230 Franklin Road, the factory. It says Greg Gamble is the applicant. It looks like we have the whole squad here. Don't forget your mics. Make sure you have the green light. And if you all want to pick somebody to start, and then we'll do a staff. You think more than one person will talk to start?
Yeah, I think so. You get me to start.
A couple, okay.
Benton's got some childcare complexity, so he may have to cut out a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But
okay, go ahead and get
yeah,
started.
So everybody knows me, except I haven't really met Holly, but have seen you. So I'm Alan Arnder with Holiday. I'm the managing partner of the factory. But so November 20th, 2 days from now, will be a year since we started coming to talk about what we're doing here. All right. To say that we left the last meeting disappointed is an understatement, extremely frustrated. And, I think once we cooled down, the feedback, the most constructive thing I heard was Kathy made the comment, staff has 5 bullet points here that are recommending against disapproval. And so can you make that list shorter, right? We can do that. And that's what we're going to do tonight. That's what we've brought together. We tried to simplify in a presentation that we'll walk through. I think several of these issues, in our opinion, we've hit many times. And I'm hopeful that in this conversation, we can get to some specifics. If there are things that we don't feel like are sufficient, then we need to know now. And so we're going to talk about the 5 points generally. We're around Building 9 and sufficient documentation of the condition of that building. Building 10, evidence that it had been inside another building previously. We're going to hit that. The view shed and prominence, we're going to talk about that in a little more detail. And then 2 on the garage, specifically around how it connects to the adjacent buildings or doesn't connect, and the height. So I think we want to be efficient and run through this. It's late, so anybody want to add anything before we start? Yeah.
Can you mind if I say something
Sure.
real quick? This is the first step in the development plan process. This is your recommendation to the Planning Commission. we have conceptual architecture at this point in time, typically in the process for a development plan. When we submit a development plan, it's to include character images. Because this is in the historic district and requires your recommendation to the Planning Commission, the bar's higher. We have a lot more information to show you. Yes, we are focused on building location, massing, scale, height, appurtenances in some particular instances. When we do move forward to the joint conceptual workshop, we're going to have more illustrative architecture as to what the materials are potentially, or maybe window patterns, et cetera. All of those things require your certificate of appropriateness after the development plan's approved when you're looking at final architecture and final elevations. If there's a key element that you want us to make sure that we cover and have available for you to see at the Historic Zoning Commission, we would love to know that now so that we can include that in the packet. But at this point, we've been kind of focused on this recommendation to the Planning Commission before we jump into the rezoning package. So
I was going to say, to kind of recap where we think we are, we think that we have agreement now on the height of the hotel that we're under, right? We think we're in agreement on the location of the hotel and its proximity to the factory. We think we're in agreement on the garage location and that that's the right spot for it. We think we have general agreement on the massing of the hotel now, okay? And so if we're misunderstanding that, we want you to tell us explicitly where we're misunderstanding. The things that we think need more conversation, that we don't feel like there's full agreement based on the last conversation and the last staff recommendation, were the modifications to Building 9, the incorporation of Building 10 inside another building, the height of the garage, the footprint of the hotel as it relates to Building 9, and this conversation about view shed and views. So short of anything else, I think we can start stepping through. Do you have anything else before we start that?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to kind of comment on, so we've got, well, there's a lot of documentation we provided. So there was the package from the Historic Zoning Commission meeting last week. So that updated the hotel after the October DRC, which was a really good meeting. I thought we walked away with a lot of positives. Clearly, we needed to get the height down, which we did. We're under the guidelines for all the hotel height. I did notice there was a typo in the package, but all of the height for the hotel is at the guideline height. Addressing the massing and breaking up into multiple to look like multiple buildings was a key point that we picked up on. Reducing the porte-cochere, and then clearly you still have the setback. So the supplements that we provided for this DRC, and I see that Emily's got that up on the screen. So these are the 5 points. What Alan was talking about, I kind of want to breeze through these because it's really a summary of what we've been talking about for a long time, but understand we've been talking about this for a year. The first few pages.
Before we go forward, is there anything, should we stop for any comments on that intro, or are we good to keep moving?
I think you guys, let's walk us through the changes.
Yeah.
And then I guess staff will have some comments. And then, different from the voting meeting, we can talk a little bit. Y'all can respond a little bit, and we'll try and walk
Sure.
through any issues anybody has.
And that's so if we need to stop at each one of these, I think that might be helpful. If we
Okay.
go through all 5, you're not going to remember what we
Let's just
talked
do
about.
one. Do one. Let's stop, and
Yeah.
maybe staff can follow along. Is that okay with y'all?
Yep.
To
Yeah,
follow along that way. I know your report is really comprehensive, so.
So on the demolition, the guidelines allow for.
Totally do the next page.
Next page, please, Emily. Thank you. There are 3 conditions that are you have to meet one of 3, right? We believe we meet all of them, right? I think we've talked a lot about this. I mean, you can tell the difference in that's occurred to the pole barn in Calvin Leahy encountered what was on the left in the late 90s, and then today is what you've got now. I mean, it's been drastically altered. I think we've talked about this a lot. The second page, we're going into, this is part of the report that was provided, a year ago. This is about the cost to essentially rebuild it. And this is not with the intention of being a replica. This is rebuilding it for structural deficiency. And so this is responding to, I guess the third page is really, we included these in order that they're provided in the guidelines, so it's a little bit out of order. But this is a pricing and Centric's report following up on the structural engineer's report, which is the next page. A number of you have seen this building and walked through it, so you've seen some of these conditions with the columns. There's some buckling, there's some twisting at these columns that have obviously been rebuilt with contemporary elements, and you have to zoom in to see some of the text, but in the red box, the engineer basically concludes that he's talking about the stability of the structures in question, and digging into this would most certainly it requires remedial work, but it's also would require structural retrofits to make total replacement of the structure more economically feasible. So I don't know if we want to stop on that or, yeah.
I think we do. And I guess when I say we started a year ago, this was the conversation about what to do with Building 9. It wasn't the hotel. At that point, it was in preparation for that. And where we've come since then is a recognition that the facade of Building 9 that faces Liberty Pike is the thing that we're all most interested in continuing to see and keep. And that's the change that we made. That's what's been continued through the process and iteration. So what we're looking for is, of those, if there are 3 criteria to support the modifications we're trying to make to Building 9, what more do we need to show?
Okay. Did you have comments on that first, and then we'll do the commissioners?
Yes, and I'll go ahead and do my introductory kind of comments that
Okay,
the
thank you.
Historic Zoning Commission provides preliminary recommendation at an early stage in the development plan review process, which is then provided to the Franklin Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. The Historic Zoning Commission reviews the proposals in light of the guidelines for consistency with the historic district and the potential impact on historic resources within the district. Consideration include the building locations, the rhythm of the buildings along the streetscapes, setbacks, building types, height, massing, scale, and other site features. This item has come before the DRC several times and has recently been deferred at the November Historic Zoning Commission meeting. So based on the preliminary recommendation, the following aspect did not meet the guidelines, and we'll just do number 1 since that's what we've covered. The demolition of half of building, the contributing building 9 is not supported by the guidelines, which demolition is highly discouraged unless there are extraordinary circumstances so as to maintain the integrity and sense of place associated with Franklin's historic districts. An additional aerial has been taken during the property's Magic Chef era has been included within the application, showing the approximate location of buildings 9 and 10, which this could provide a different view to show that building 10 could have been part of another building or inside of another building. Then again, buildings 9 and 10 are listed as contributing buildings in the National Register of Historic Places and reaffirmed as contributing buildings as they exist today in recent conversations with the State Historic Preservation Office. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You want him to start? Would you like to start, Brian?
I will start. I'll start on this. So to me, first of all, I have to say demolition is a high bar for our commission. And I think we've always approached it that way. Always, it's the last resort is demolition. But many DRC meetings, I voiced that when you take a building that's in this kind of disrepair and you completely rebuild it, how is it still a historic building? And so I don't see To me, it has lost historical significance because of things that have been done to it, and then also the bar of the engineering report. So I am sympathetic to the adaptive reuse of Building 9. I'd like to hear more about Building 10 and what you historically that you say about it, but incorporating that into the hotel and making it so it's not just something was inside that other building, but it's now a part of the hotel. I think you can see most of it on the exterior.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to that as well.
Yeah,
So
that
we-
that
yeah,
is the
that'll be the
idea.
next-
Yeah,
I was
that
gonna
is
say
the
that-
idea with Building 10 there.
Building 10 will be the second thing.
So, okay.
Yeah,
So
this
Building
one,
9,
Building 9.
Building 9, I'm sympathetic to it because of the way things are. But demolition is a high bar.
Yeah. Mary?
I think I stated that I would be willing to see Building 9 go just because of the looking at the whole project. That's where I stand on that. I do want, in case anybody's listening, we have not been reviewing the hotel or the parking garage for a year. And I don't want that stuck on us. I just want to say that for clarification. I think we actually saw the parking garage for the first time. Thank you.
That's right. That's what at the beginning, that 11/20 meeting was about Building 9. The hotel effort did start in
And
April.
historic zoning, no question, is an extra layer of review. But I would argue it's why something like the factory is even possible because of the environment it has created in Franklin's historic areas.
Sure. Holly, any thoughts?
I guess my unpopular view is that a building like that is probably not meant to stand forever, and it was never really meant to. So I guess I think that if there was a way to preserve the memory of it, like with a plaque and a piece of it, I would be okay with that. But again, I haven't actually been to the site visit, so I mean.
Sure.
Yeah, to be clear, we do intend to preserve the south elevation, and it's actually going to get a little bit more prominence because it'll bookend a new courtyard.
Sure. Perfect. Kathy, did you have thoughts?
I think staff made a highlighted word, extenuating circumstances. And I think this is a situation that you've satisfied. How Brian said, we don't take demolition lightly. And then salvaging the south side is a nod to preservation in itself. So we do have preservation components of a demolition aspect. But this is extenuating circumstances, which is what staff had mentioned.
Sure. Good. Thank you, Kathy. Bob?
Okay. I was deep in the guidelines reading about demo, and two things stuck out for me. May be appropriate when building is deteriorated or in poor condition. Well, that fact's been established. Consider the project proposed for demo and the future utilization of the site. And that's what I'm looking at. And I'm looking at it not just Building 9, but holistically the entire site. So I think y'all have established the criteria that, you want to save a viewing portion of it. I walked by it the other day for my third visit to Sapphire. And I had to park way in the back because there was no parking. So, it's still going to have that view of Building 9, even if Building 9 is configured a different way. It's still going to have that view. So that's how I feel about it.
The way the public will interact with it will be the same as they interact with it now. Maybe even, actually, I think it will be enhanced. Building, sorry, Tyler, did you want to?
I'll talk eventually. Go ahead.
Sorry, getting in the way. Please proceed. Yeah.
No, I agree with what everyone has said. I think I've said it before. I spent a lot of time in this building. And it's always been, and I've said this, and it's kind of like Holly's comment. It's maybe not popular, but not all old buildings are good buildings. this one has that front facade is pretty special. And Karis might be able to fill us in on this, but I think the front facade of this building was probably in that alley at one point. There was a building in front of this, wasn't it? That came out off of Liberty.
Correct. So right where we'll talk about 10 in a moment, that was encapsulated in a larger structure. Originally, that would have been blocked from the view shed as well. So I think
Yeah.
you'll see that in some of the images later on. But that would not have been visible from the street during
Yeah.
Dorch Stoveworks or Magic Chef as well.
So I think it's cool that we can reuse that part, and I don't feel like we're losing it wholly here. It's always been tough for me to think we're just going to tear down a building that could all be fixed, but if you fix it the way it sits, it can still only do what it's been doing, which is like, it was not a great school building when I taught there, and it's never been great storage. It was good for storing wood. That's what it was for. So if you can use it in a way that activates it and people can appreciate it, and it's kind of part of this hotel and a pool thing, whatever, like Bob said, we're considering it as a big project eventually here, but I feel okay about keeping the part that is the nicer part,
Yeah.
and letting go of the part that's could fall down tomorrow. Honestly, so did you guys want to step in here any more on this
I
building?
think that was it. I was.
I think that got one of 5.
Yeah.
So-
The 10. I think the next point, building 10. I think we've established that.
Well, I think
sorry,
go to the
yeah.
next. I think it's important to read the feedback there. It was that incorporation of Building 10 into the new hotel without definitive evidence that Building 10 was once inside another building. That was the objection, and I think.
Yeah, we've got, we've provided aerials to this commission. We back in April, we had the on-site visit. I know we talked about the type of brick that, was used in the facade. We've specifically talked about that as clearly an interior brick. It's more brittle brick. There's some images here on the screen that, I think are pretty conclusive. But, I don't know if we want to.
Go to the next one. We talked about this. We didn't really have the image. It's inside another building now, right? Like this was
contemporary
approved.
building,
This was approved about 5 years ago as an addition to Building 10. 3/4 of those buildings inside another building now.
And so, Brian, I answered your question earlier. So we're pulling all the contemporary additions off with the proposal. And then the hotel plans show the idea, but you've got about some of this building 10 is in the lobby, and you've got the curtain wall or storefront glass to provide a lot of viewing. Obviously, you see it. You can interact with it directly in the courtyard in a more direct way if you're the public. Even if you're outside of the hotel, there's just going to be a lot more public interaction than there is now. Right now, you're seeing, I guess, maybe one elevation of the brick. It's not shown in these images, but it is shown in the full package. So right now, it's covered up. We propose to open it back up so people can actually see and you can interact with it. So.
Okay. Don't let me forget you. You can say. Because I almost went to Bob there.
I kind of addressed my comment that both buildings 9 and 10 are listed as contributing in the National Register and were reaffirmed as contributing as they exist today in recent conversations with SHPO.
Okay. Bob, any thoughts? We'll start the other end and come back this way.
Whether it was originally inside another building or not, it's in one right now. So as we speak.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think it's a very fascinating little structure. So
Sure.
I have no
Okay.
comments on that.
Kathy?
Again, another good adaptive reuse.
Perfect.
Yeah, I also don't think it matters if it was originally in another building or not. I think it was interesting that you guys were gonna showcase it, so.
And I appreciate staff saying they're National Register contributing properties because they that's what they say. But this is a very big project, and I would concur with your use of it.
Brian?
I agree with my fellow commissioners.
Me too. I've always kind of thought
2 out of 5.
is the cool kind of reuse of it. And we're not losing this building, right?
Right.
Or really any part that we.
It'll be activated in a way
Yeah.
it hasn't
Yeah.
been.
So that's
Right.
good. Okay, let's go to the next portion, which is what on your
Yeah,
your list?
So the comment was new buildings should not block the view of historic buildings from public view sheds so that the historic buildings retain their prominence. This one, we've kind of talked about this in one particular way. What we're showing here is a different way to explain it. So the hotel and the garage are both going in historic back of house areas, right? When you look at the Franklin Road view shed. But honestly, when you're looking, if you take this and look at it a different way, the proposed hotel is in the block face. We're just putting it alongside the building in another block face. So if you look at this first page shows, this is from the guidelines. So if you were to take that comment as literal, that historic building that's clouded would be blocked. Half of the visibility would be blocked. That's the comparison that we're talking about. So with building 12, now we just talked about building 10 being inside a building. Well, that building was in the block face that we're talking about building into. Now we're providing more setback than shown in this graphic, but we're still doing the same thing. Now, if you keep going, Emily, sorry, if you wouldn't mind, go to the next page. This shows some examples of that scene with the Harpeth Hotel. And then the next page, Emily, if you don't mind, so you've got the Landmark Books building, 2 views. So this is kind of, the point of these images is showing 2 things. One in the lower is obviously showing, and this is, I think we're given a generous look on the lower because actually that Main Street turns and you actually, Landmark Books is blocked totally. That's a 220-plus-year-old building. The top photo shows the Harpeth Square Hotel and development behind it. I would argue it's very similar to what we're talking about with the parking garage, other than this is way more prominent. And then Emily, if you could go to the next page. So this is a view. Now, should have highlighted the end of 12 there, but you can see it in relation to the smokestack. Very similar to what we're talking about in these other scenarios. We're building into the block face. You're gonna partially view a side elevation. Again, this was a back of house. There was a building there before. No one ever saw this historic view shed. So anyway, I would argue, no matter how you look at it, that we're meeting the guidelines and we're not blocking a building. We're just building in the block face.
So as proposed, the public view shed of the historic buildings on Liberty Pike is obscured by the proposed new hotel building. Its massing and scale is larger than the adjacent historic buildings. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Start in the middle. Mary?
At some level, it's just very hard for me to visualize what size this is. We're just talking about the hotel right now, is that correct?
Right,
Not
yeah.
the parking garage, the hotel.
We can start with hotel.
Or Miss Mary, you still have more?
The only thing I would say is it would be nice before the next voting meeting if you all could do something on the ground to spray kind of the massing, something. It's so you could understand it a bit on the ground.
You mean a different vantage point, or?
I'm just trying, I have trouble understanding how much space it takes up I look at your drawings and then I go out there, and if I could just have some reference point,
I see.
take some.
What's existing and
Yes, no, not
you
the
mean
hotel's not
but
existing.
physically mark it out.
Market, yes,
Oh.
The parking lot?
yes.
Oh, spray paint. parking
Spray
lot.
paint.
flags.
At least the
Okay.
corners or something.
Okay.
Flags would be good.
Okay. Okay.
So you could understand it a bit. I mean,
Sure.
we've had that done many times. We've had people put up something to kind of show how tall it is. I think I can visualize the height. I can't visualize how big it is on the ground.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Holly?
Okay, well, this is probably unpopular too, but I have concerns with the hotel being too low and making the whole area look like a giant motel, like low end type of thing. So I think there's some benefit and differences in scale in the factory complex itself. So I don't think just because the factory is mostly low, that means that it has to be 100% all uniform low. I don't think that's design-wise the best thing. So I liked the first time I saw this, I think or the last meeting maybe, or the one before that, I liked what you had. Because I think the style was really, really nice if you're going to have a hotel. The last one, I don't remember exactly what changed, but I think the idea of not overwhelming the whole complex and making it lopsided, is reasonable. But I think the style was really nice, and I think that having variation in the whole complex was good. And I think that the factory could look better than it does now. I don't think it's the most beautiful looking complex anyway. So, I think so far I like it. I understand the idea of not wanting to overwhelm the factory, but I also think that it could be very monotonous and not attractive and motel-like if you go too low and sprawling. So.
Okay. Kathy?
Okay, so the issue on this one is massing. Hotel massing blocks the historic thing. And when I keep looking at the image that's up there right now, and we always run into this, y'all have presented us with line drawings that show that the top of the roof lines are all lower than the highest point of the roof lines in the factory, so it meets that requirement. But that bottom perspective of that, the angle that's taken is almost like I'm looking up at it, which is misleading. I don't think it's really going to look like that in the real world. I think it looks way more massive in that one image there, and it feels like I've got snow all over the ground in the front, so it's like winter wonderland. And so that perspective really throws us off. So I think if we could get a more person
Yeah.
instead of looking like this, looking.
There are a number in the
It's
big
such
package.
a fine thing to tweak when
Yeah.
when you're pulling up those kind of renderings, and it's just whoever's doing it, it's their best shot of it. But
Well, so, all right. So a lot of those different perspectives are in various packages that
Yeah.
we've submitted. I guess, what would we be looking for what would that trigger that would be a problem?
so, what I see here is basically just giving me full front hotel. Shift my view to capture more factory and a little wing of the hotel, so that I can see this relationship.
Yeah.
And Mary's talking about marking like a footprint, corners, cone it, flag it, whatever, so that we can actually see that relationship when we're walking on the site too. But I'm not seeing it in relationship other than the smokestack and then the water tower. And then I'm 2 foot pulled back. That's hard. But I do think it's I would be more convinced that it's not as massive as it's appearing here.
I guess to be clear, this was a summary presentation. A lot of those images and views are in the full package. So if we need to
It's
pull
tricky.
that up to get there.
But
we
it's
can.
funny, sometimes we get a lot of this blocking imagery stuff like that, and it can
Yeah.
really leave a wrong impression on you as to what really it will feel. So to your point, Mary, I like the coning of it to see what our footprint is.
Yeah, I think that we can find the image if you'd like to see it. That one thing that I'd like to highlight here is, with the building, what are you concerned with it blocking? Now, this is very much a back of house view of the factory. You're seeing a building 10 that's encapsulated with a contemporary addition that we've talked about. And you're looking at the side elevation that we've talked about of building 9, which obviously we've talked about as well. So it's not blocking any key elevations of the factory. And obviously, we can look at a different view, but the height is in the guidelines, and it's obviously set back so that we don't lose any of the key views of the water tower, buildings 12, building 14, and obviously as you go down that street.
So it's a subtlety. I can't explain exactly in a detail on it. I think fenestration is, for where you're at, what you're asking of us at this point for development planning. For me, it's real close. I'm not completely convinced. It's overall massing. It's overall to the site. I like how the hotel's broken up into segments, so that reduces the massing. We're good on the height. Fenestration, we can discuss that further. And certainly windows and all those little more refinement things as well. But I'm not 100% convinced. And even if I drive down or if I walk down, my perspective changes. So more of the factory becomes more prominent to me, as opposed to right now I'm just hit with hotel.
Sure. Do you want to, Brian?
I think
did
some
you
of our
have some
questions
comments?
relate to the way that the comment is written. New buildings should not block the view of historic buildings from public view sheds. I guess staff, are we looking at this view shed appropriately when we're talking about Liberty Pike? Are we talking about the front of the hotel, or are you talking about the length of the hotel across the parking lot? Because that's where we're not sure if we're interpreting or understanding correctly.
So on Liberty Pike, this is a public view shed. And so looking at the property, the proposed hotel does block the view shed of all of the existing buildings on the site.
So we're talking about looking across the parking lot. So Benton brought up an example of Harpeth Square and the oldest building in Franklin right on Main Street, and how as you're coming or you're approaching down Main Street from the intersection, you can still see the front of the buildings. You can still see the historic structure. That's what we're trying to illustrate in this image here, that when you're at the railroad tracks and you're looking down Liberty Pike, the hotel is set back in such a way where you still see the front of the buildings on Liberty. What staff is saying is you're blocking Liberty Hall, you're blocking Building 10, you're blocking Building 9. We can't see those anymore. And that's the view shed that's being blocked as you're looking across the parking lot. Did I say that right?
You are correct that it
Okay.
is blocking Building 9 and Building 10 and the rest of the buildings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong. You just want to see a couple more headed down the street to see really
More of the
what it
factory.
feels like. And I think
They
they
have
provided
this, they
some
can
of
pull that
those, but part of what's difficult here is somewhere on that image, way across this room, it stops being hotel and turns into the factory.
Yeah.
And from here, I mean, I have it pulled up here and I can tell what it is, but
Yeah.
from here, we're all like, it's a whiteout.
Small to see.
So I understand it takes time and money to make color renderings, but I'm not sure that's what we need to do. But even some of your renderings that had the hotel in red and were on Franklin Road, and you're like, see that little snip there, that's the hotel way back there.
Would you
Some
mind
of
if we pulled these
those-
views up in
Yeah, I
our-
guess we need to go through these because that's, I mean, I
If,
think.
if
that-
you've got them, I want to.
Yeah,
I
we've got
want
that
to
packet.
pause for just a second, though. I want to hear from Brian and Bob, and then we'll circle back. Okay.
So there's a little concern I have here, because I think what's coming before us at some point is, for a voting meeting, is to recommend approval to the Franklin Planning Commission. And we're going to have a lot of other opportunities to talk about the massing of this building and all that. But let me say, Liberty Pike versus Franklin Road. So we know Liberty Pike, as it exists today, running by the factory, is a new road. It's not a historic view shed. Franklin Road is a historic view shed. It is the most important view shed for me. So although Liberty Pike is still a view shed, so it has to be highly considered. So for me, I want to see these images. I think that's great. Kathy brought that up. But the height of these buildings was more important to me as relating to the guidelines. And we had many DRC meetings. I know there's been a little probably misunderstanding or disagreement about this, but we said many, many times it's too tall. It's too high. It's above the 10% that's in the guidelines. Well, we finally got that down to that 10%. And that's how I understand it now, right? So without, knowing that and talking more about that, it's really hard for me to give a favorable recommendation to the Franklin Municipal Planning Commission. So that's been part of my holdup on that. And I know we haven't got to the garage, but I want to say it's not back of building. So what we're seeing on the hotel is back of building. And when we get to the garage, I guess that's coming up as a separate bullet point.
Yeah.
It is not back of building.
You're referencing from the view shed of Franklin Road?
From the view shed of Franklin Road and how we would actually
Perceive it.
perceive it from that very important historic view shed.
Okay.
Let's. Is that
That's
all
it.
for the hotel? Bob,
Okay,
thoughts on the hotel?
In the last week, I've driven probably 15 times down Liberty Pike towards Franklin Road and tried to keep staying on the road and kind of see when does this hotel, when you start seeing the presence of the factory. And I just felt like it just kind of all merges into together. So, because I really had a hard time trying to discern the hotel and the view shed and all of that. And I didn't see an issue with it because if you're driving, it's all going to present itself. And if you, like Brian was saying, the view shed from Franklin Road, you're going to have a wreck if you're trying to keep up and go, oh, am I going to see the hotel? Am I going to see this? I think it's so far back that that's not going to be an issue.
Okay. Thank you for that. I wrote down that, it helped me looking at your renderings. There's these little scale figures on there. I don't think they'll show up there, but I can see them. And that kind of helps give some perspective on the size. This blocking the side, what I think probably wasn't as successful on the Harpeth Hotel is that Landmark Books is a blip and it's gone. It's not a real wide facade. The factory, it's like there's a lot of it and you have a lot of road to run and view it, right? So, I could make the same argument that the apartments across the railroad tracks eventually block the view shed, So I don't, I've kind of come past the idea that it blocks this side view shed. And I think what helped me with that is you've tiered the building down, and you did kind of what we asked. The front of the hotel was dropped, so it's a story shorter, and then it bumps up, and it's set back a good bit from what is kind of Liberty Hall's building, I think. I don't know the numbers, never will. I'd have to go back to school for that. So I think I'm okay with it being on the side. Like I said, eventually you're going to get to see all the buildings, and the way that you've done building 9, eventually you're going to turn the corner and you'll be able to even see that just because it's laid out in that kind of L shape instead of in front of it, which could have been the proposal, but is not. So I think I'm okay with the placement of this. And like I said, or like somebody else said, fenestration and things, looking at the bottom story
Yeah.
of this particular view, it could use some holes there in that
That's
first 3-4 bays because it's a big blank wall.
Yeah.
We can get there.
Yeah, we're
we
gonna
can
get
get
there
there.
on
But what I think when you were here last week, I think it was just so much to kind of comprehend and absorb on this hotel, and only having like 3 days to kind of see it, the packet, and then come in and kind of give some good feedback on it. It took some time for me to really study how it interacts with all these things, and I think I'm a little more comfortable with it.
Okay, so do we need to walk through these? I mean, I've heard that, that the comment though is that view itself is not sufficient, but there are lots of views in here that I think we just didn't add all to.
Let's just roll through them just quickly and take 5 seconds to look at each one. And Kathy, tell them if you want to stop somewhere. Again, part of it's projectors that don't produce our whites and grays.
Yeah,
very great.
that's what you see from the Franklin Road Liberty Pike intersection to orient you, and you can see where the red of the hotel peaks up, and now we're driving down Liberty Pike. So this is looking that other direction, right? And so here we are. That's Building 14 where Hetty B's is. There's Liberty Hall. You see that first glimpse of Building 9. What's that? You see that first glimpse of Building 9 there, and
Is
then
that 10 peeking out that looks like
that's right, 10, the back of 10.
the
That's
space
right.
shuttle?
That's right. Yep.
It's kind of like double flared.
There's your block face
Booster rocket.
image, right?
And there's the image that was.
Yeah,
shown
that's the
just
one
a
we
moment
put, the sample that we put in there.
If you go back to,
You go back 2 of them, and
There you go.
one more back. So I think at some point you had a little shed roof on the very front facade, and
Yeah.
took that off.
while that's frontal and kind of looks tall to me in comparison to the building on the left, whatever, Liberty Hall, I think form-wise is way more successful than the shed we saw. Just looked like
Stacks back, too.
it was just too Frankenstein. So
Yeah.
I was like, we got to go back because it just
Yeah.
didn't look good.
Yeah.
This looks good. It is scale-wise a little bigger, has more openings, but it just
And that's
it
like,
looks
I mean,
better.
And it
we're-
mimics the front
Yeah.
facade
That's
where
right.
it meets Building 3 too. It's just
Yeah.
alternate.
yeah, I would say that, like I said, we're frustrated, but I do agree that from the point we started looking at this hotel and the 3 or 4 meetings that we've been through, it's better. We lost 10 keys. That doesn't make me really happy, but the hotel, the structure is much better
Can
than when
you
we
can you
started.
zoom in right in that courtyard? And what's telling to me is those are little scale figures in there, and especially at the corner of the hotel, you can kind of see like, oh, the front's
Is that all you can zoom?
a nice,
Thank you.
scale, a taller first story, which you would typically see on a,
Right.
So you sort of see those silhouettes. That was helpful for me, anyways, to see the silhouettes because, I mean, I think we've been talking about trying to tell applicants just include a scale figure in everything you do because it's just so helpful.
I will say this, I was at the factory Friday night and had to park all the way in the back. And I was like, thank goodness we're getting a hotel back here because it just felt creepy and empty
Yeah.
and like something was missing. And I was trying to envision it like if it plopped out of the sky and landed here. It's kind of like the caboose to the train. It needs to be there.
Yeah.
And I know this is a unique site and we've bringing a new building in is always, it's such a big change. And not everybody's up for change, but it is such a beautiful addition. And thanks for zooming in on this one too, because that really provides us with scale. I mean, and this is a streetscape. It's really not a complete view shed, but it's an up-close streetscape. So as a person walking by, what's the speed limit? 40 miles an hour there? You go pretty quick down that road.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot slower down Main Street if you were comparing.
Yeah.
Depends who's
all that.
driving.
Depends who's driving.
It's
That's what I
getting
say.
slower
Bob went
down
fast.
Liberty all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as I'm walking, because it's so engaging to have the walking aspect at the factory now, and all the outside stuff that's going on, inside's outside now, it personalizes it. So the massing feels a lot less reducive here. So I'll kind of have to be on this edge of, you know, what is massing exactly, and if I'm looking at it as an entire block face, I can't really look at a whole block face or a streetscape.
Yeah.
So as I get bits and pieces of it, this helps.
Sure.
And page 59, if you can scroll to that, it kind of shows a little bit how it's set back.
Yeah, right.
Which helps.
Yeah.
But the parking garage and the hotel are what footprint to the factory?
Yeah, so footprint-wise, they're both about 12, 13% of the total. So
Okay,
you're
that-
talking about.
I just need to keep telling myself
Yep,
that.
Yep, we're talking about with the footprint of the hotel and the garage, it's an increase somewhere around 25% of the existing factory
If you're counting the square footage.
floor square footage. The
Okay.
floor area.
Is it,
That's right.
No, if you were counting the square footage of the hotel building and the parking garage building compared to the square footage of the factory, what is that number?
Yeah, we had.
Benton
that
had
on the
those last
table.
time for the
Yeah.
Historic Zoning Commission. I don't have those.
It's
in front of
more, I
me
mean,
tonight, but-
yeah, I mean, the hotel itself's 80,000 square feet.
And-
And the total factory is close to 300.
Okay, and then the parking garage.
60 some odd percent. Now, that's total square feet footage.
Yeah, total. square
Yes, that's
footage,
what
yeah.
I'm trying
Well,
to,
60 stories, not
60 some
footprint.
odd percent.
the square footage for the hotel is 80,000.
About 80, that's right.
And then for the parking garage, about how many square feet is it?
So- Oh, there you go.
It's up on the screen.
80
It's
or
about
so.
They're
So-
close.
Yeah, so gross square footage
Yeah.
comparison, 30 and 30%, if you look at the footprint. Because, I mean, the
Not the
factory.
footprint, I'm trying to
I
look
know.
at the
I
total
understand.
mass.
63.
But I mean, if I was looking at the total mass of the factory itself, it would be a lot more than 260,000
Okay,
square feet.
got you.
Because I'd have 3 levels in it. and it
That
would be-
number, I would love that number. I would love that
Well, I mean, it's not
number.
designed that way. We're talking about, I think that's why we have a height requirement here that we're trying to
Well,
get as
we-
a 10%, because we can't,
Okay.
I mean,
When
if
you
you were
walk into
to,
the main hall, it's a 2-story volume.
Yeah.
where the
Right.
bar is. We're not counting that as 2 floors. You only count it as 1 floor.
Yeah.
No, but for my purpose, I'd count it as 2 floors.
well, then that's what, so
Okay.
the footprint of the factory is 230,000 square feet. That's the ground level.
I understand.
And so if
I-
we put 3 levels in that, which a lot of it could be, then you're talking about 600 and,
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
do. 600 and something compared.
if you were to mark it to the same
Right.
measurement criteria.
Compared to 80,000.
160,000.
Yeah. Yep,
yeah.
And the parking garage is
about the same as the hotel.
About 80,000.
About 80.
about 80,000. So
Yeah.
we're at about 160,000 square feet compared to if we did the factory, like I'm wanting to consider it, where you do
600.
count it at 600.
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Rough.
that's where we felt like the
that
footprint is really the better comparison.
well, the footprint for massing doesn't quite
understand.
get it.
That's
And the
why we have height.
massing
Yeah.
is what we're should be concerned about.
Yeah.
Understood.
Massing is
Cubic.
key and cubic.
Cubic.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's if we looked at cubic volume, if we looked at volume.
Yeah. So
Let's
to
don't
me,
go down that road.
Yeah.
That's too
No,
much.
let's
to
don't.
me,
Yeah.
that helps your project.
Yeah.
If you say those numbers when you come to the next meeting,
Okay,
because it's our job to look at massing.
okay.
And
This
Em,
has
would you-
been, yeah, so this has been in the reports.
Yeah.
But
And
that,
Emily, it is page 59. Can you show
but that's the
59?
footprint. It's not the,
Well, the proposed hotel and garage are cubic, but the footprint above that number was just the main floor.
Okay.
So we would add more to it.
yeah.
59.
I think it's
Of
in
what?
The DRC.
the big submittal, DRC November 11 submittal. Is that an old submittal you're on, Brian?
I don't think
Is that
so.
this
It's this
week's?
one. This one.
It says that there's only 35 pages.
Oh, really? Well, I'm looking at something.
There was I think I know what image, if you go back to that package.
It's
that I got.
aerial,
Yeah,
basically,
it's
on
the
top of Jameson
bird,
Station.
kind of a bird's eye view. Keep going.
It's at the very end of that almost.
Emily, it looks like this.
Yeah,
similar
we're
to
getting
that.
there.
There you
There it
go.
is. Whoop, you had it.
There
Is
you
that
go,
it, Brian?
right there.
Yeah, can you kind of
there.
zoom in a little bit on that? That kind of helps me too because it actually shows how the hotel steps back towards Harpeth Industrial. So at least I think that does help with the massing and
Yeah,
scale.
yeah.
when because the hotel is more upright than the factory, it's going to read bigger. So if I get in my most specific concerns is, do you not really realize that the old factory is there because of all the building massing around it? Because I would say the hotel massing is stronger. This does help me when I look at it this way, but the massing of the hotel is going to read more because you can't take something like this, and it just doesn't work.
When you,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
When you're
if you'll
looking at it
tell
from-
the cubic feet, that will just help me.
Got it.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah, I
you.
think, I think that comment I had made about how long that facade is, like the original, it'd be impossible to miss it. You know what I mean? Did you have something, Holly?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Sorry, I have to go. I have kids. But I was just wondering with the parking garage, do we know if it's going to be a paid parking garage or a not paid parking garage?
Don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's, the surface parking at the factory will for sure continue to be free. What we do with the garage, I don't want to make any certain commitment on that. So, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I'm
thank
not-
you.
There is, the desire for that location is for convenience, right? Like you said, everybody's talked about, you gotta walk from way back. There's usually parking there. There's usually parking back by the train, by the rail cars. Saturday mornings, that's a different story with the
We
farmers.
don't
we don't-
mind walking when it gets pretty.
We don't. Go ahead, Kelly, go
And
ahead.
Just to be clear, this
Yeah,
body
it's nothing to
doesn't
do with what we're
consider
reviewing.
whether or not it's paid or free parking.
Yeah.
It's just about the exterior.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
So let's go, if we're
Well,
done with the
I just
hotel,
want-
one more thing.
For
and then let's-
staff, this is for staff.
Okay.
Just, this body gives a favorable recommendation to the Franklin Planning Commission, it doesn't mean that we have approved everything. We're just approving
A conceptual
The
plan.
idea
And
of
so
conceptual
it'll
plan.
come back to y'all.
Yeah, I just want to clarify this, for the sake of the body too, because we're kind of getting in design, a lot of design review about things.
Right.
Yeah,
What-
and the reluctancy, I think, too, was we don't want to give you a favorable recommendation, and then you come back with the assumption that, hey, they were pretty happy with where we were, and then you guys get blindsided. That doesn't help you or us,
That's
which
right.
is why we're being
That was
critical
my
now.
concern.
Yeah.
I think if you're frustrated last time, you'd be extraordinarily frustrated if we gave a favorable recommendation and then come back and we go,
Sure. I mean, and
We didn't like
this,
anything.
this has been,
yeah.
this conversation has been better in that we're not getting bogged down on these window details or elevations like that. That's what we expect. Now, yeah, if you give us a recommendation, come back and say, well, really, we won't let you impact building 9, that would be a big problem.
Right, that's why we're
Emily, could you pull
tiptoeing
up the
around it.
presentation we started with?
And we gotta move on to the parking garage here shortly.
Yeah, so to.
Can you go to the
can we-
next? Oh, I was just saying, yeah, there you go.
I was gonna say, can we, to wrap that, this is number 3 of the 5, was about this view shed. And so what I'm hearing is there's been movement towards agreement on this location and generally the way that building looks. We want to see the volume measurement comparison, and we want to see it marked out on the ground, on site. Is that
Fair enough.
okay?
See, this was a question, Ms. Pierce, that you asked. Looking at the 2nd and 4th Avenue garages in downtown, those both have over 300 parking spaces. They're 33,000 square foot footprint and 34,000 square foot footprint respectively. The factory parking,
If you go to the next page, you can see them from an elevation standpoint as well.
I did.
just wanted
I
to show
did
these,
find
you had
that
asked
out,
these
and
specifically.
I have been looking at that.
I hope
Yes.
that's helpful.
It is, very.
We'd like to come back to number 4, which is about attaching the parking structure. Is that what you're saying? Come back to the height. Do attaching the structure first, okay?
Okay.
Are we good?
Sure,
Okay.
go ahead, and then
Okay.
let's do all the parking garage, so they can do all their comments, so we can do
Okay.
all our comments, then we can go to all our.
Talk about it
houses.
all at one
We'll
time.
just go through all the garage. All right. Number 4, the comment that we got. Additional information is needed to understand the impacts of the proposal to attach the parking structure to the adjacent contributing buildings 3 and 5. So if you want to go back a few more. There was one that showed the back of building 3 and 5, the one right before that. Yeah, this one right here. If you all can see that, I don't know how well you see it. I just wanted to point out what is back here. So if you look at all of these, this is the back of Turner Theater, and this is where we do back of house to access all the restaurants in the Grand Hall. This is a corridor that's for service so that everyone isn't coming in the front. In addition to that, there are some tenants in the furthest right part of Building 3. So this just gives you an understanding of where these things are. If we go to the next page, that page right there. This shows you what this looks like. So the question was, what are the impacts this garage will have to building 3 and 5, because we're attaching to it. So what you're going to see in all these images, in the first image, obviously that's where we do most of the loading. The second image, you can see a lot of windows that have been filled in over time before we worked on this project, otherwise service doors. Bottom left, that is the loading door for Turner Theater. In the middle, that's the service entry into the Grand Hall that I said that is our service corridor where they make a lot of deliveries. And the furthest right, that's another loading door. So from the standpoint of what will happen to this elevation, I know everyone was worried, are we going to put something in front of this to get to the fire rating? How are we going to accomplish that? What I mentioned in the HCC briefly last time was this is a solid brick Wythe masonry wall. It is the equivalent of the 2-hour rating that we need. We are not intending to put something in front of us. This wall, we'll have to double check all the holes in it and things like that, should meet the 2-hour rating. The thing that will change is where you see all these doors and overhead doors. Those are mostly not rated doors right now. Those will get replaced with rated doors, but these are all solid doors. To you all, they will basically look the same. So essentially, this facade, when you're looking at it in this manner, will not change. We will, of course, be putting a garage in front of it. So when talking to our structural engineer, the way we will attach this, we have to have a gap. We can't butt right up to the building because there needs to be some structural separation. That'll be 4 to 6 inches between the buildings, and there'll be some sort of flashing, something like that for rainwater. But our intent is to keep this elevation as intact as possible, and we are getting as close to it as we can because this will provide the 2-hour rating versus having to attach something to it and then attach our structure. So our hope is that there's a minimal impact here. And if you look at this image in the top right, you can see where the scuppers are. It's kind of that gray line. I should have brought a pointer. There's a little gray line underneath that you can see that. If we go to the next image, these will show where a structure was attached at the back. It did not have the same height as the garage, but it was attached and that whole parking lot was filled in. So from a massing perspective,
you can really see how both building 3 and 5, this was attached. Something was always attached to it that was really never an exterior view. And Karis, you may have more to say about that, but we thought these images would be helpful for you all to see that. So that's the attachment one. I can keep going on to the height. Okay.
Let's do all the garage.
Oh, the
at
garage.
once.
Okay, so the height, this is the big one. I'll read the comment in the staff report. The egress stair towers of the parking structure exceed the recommended height for new commercial buildings. In addition to that, Tyler, I know you have mentioned to us before, if there's anything you can do on the height to keep bringing it down, that would help us. We also heard some comments after the last DRC of the massing and what's the massing of that, which is partly why we showed those other garages. But what can we do to work on the massing and scale of the garage, just break up the facade a little bit? So those are all the things that these additional images will show. So I'm going to skip past this one because you all saw this last time. And we've got an additional handout to give you all. So if you want to pass that around, Greg. We've been working on it continuously. We sent you something last week, and this is what we're showing here. I think it's still valuable to look at this, but I think it's more valuable for you to have the most current. And I'll tell you what we're even iterating on that to make this as little impact as possible. So what you're looking at in these images here, the garage, if you want to look at the one on the screen first, then I'll jump back to this one. The garage bottom floor had 15 feet clear height and then 3 feet of structure before you got to the second floor. We were keeping the 15 feet because as you saw all the loading back there, this is the loading. We wanted to get as many trucks as we could in there, and so we wanted that 15 as much as we could. We've looked at a lot of different options here, and we've decided to drop that down 2 feet. So that will be 13 clear instead of 15. We can get most of the things we want in there. We can't get all of them, but we think we can work around that because we like what reducing that height does. So if we want to go through these next few images, we can look at these, Emily, maybe this one. This is our current design. And then the next page will show what we had last time. So you can use, So that was what we showed you at the last HCC. The image before is where it is now. The page you have in front of you is even less, if you want to look at that. So we were able to bring the height. We moved the stair tower in this option. You can see in comparing what you have in front of you versus this, the stair tower is right at the corner. We pushed it further back. And the thing that we're thinking of changing even more is we're trying to, from a code perspective, flip it to the other side. So really on this alley, that stair tower will not pop up. And we're hoping to have that, on the Mojo side, And we want to have that figured out before you get this for HCC, but just so you can see the process and comment on it. Our hope is that that tower is not visible from this view shed anymore. Okay, if we go to the next one, Emily. Oops, sorry. Go to the front view. So this is the front. As you're coming around Franklin Road, you can see it to start peaking up. This is the one where we've lowered it 2 feet. And if we go to the next one.
As long as those trees stay green.
Yes, yes. We know we can't count trees, but you can't see it. Yeah. Yes, we're the fall colors. But right behind it, you can see that's what we showed you at the last HCC, compared to it 2 feet lower. The next image, I think, is the one. So as you're coming around Franklin Road, you don't see it. I think this is the image that everyone is responding to, that is everyone's having the most trouble with. So the current design, this is showing that stair tower on the corner. So we moved it to where it's moving it back a little bit. This has pushed it back, so it's not right at the corner, so it's a little bit better, and everything is 2 feet lower than it was.
Toward the railroad tracks.
Yes, back toward the railroad tracks. What we're hoping to do is essentially move it, you can't see the square, I know this is not great, from the middle here to the middle here, so that it will be far enough back that you won't see it peeking up in this view. So we can't get rid of there's a little bit of brick piece, that's the actual floor level peeking up, you see that. But the actual stair tower, which was really the comment that we had in the report, we are trying to get that out of the Franklin view shed. So then Franklin Road, as you mentioned, Brian, that's the most important one. We're trying to limit what you will see from that and really only have the brick. And Bob, in the meeting last time, you said this might help if the material was similar. So building 3 is brick. That portion can be brick. In addition, the other way we could look at it is that's a metal roof. We've also looked at that, as you've seen in the images. That could be a metal band that runs across the top, similar to what we've seen around the campus. So we'd like to hear your thoughts on that, what your feedback is. And we can keep running around the site there, and you can see the impacts. And again, if you want to look at the one in front of you, we've got all these views with the stair pushed back. And like I said, this is still in process, so we're hoping to have them even move to the other side, so you see that even less. And one of the other things, if I go back to the impacts on the building, like can we lower this even more? It would really involve getting rid of a layer of parking, which I think means we probably wouldn't do it because, these are expensive to build and we're trying to get the economy of what we're taking away on the ground floor because we're putting this. What are we going to get back from gained parking? But the bigger piece is if we lowered it more, we looked at could we lower this even further, drop it down, and maybe you have to ramp down into it. But we are right up against these buildings. We're up against buildings 3 and 5, and it said, what's the impact to these? Yeah, I get very hesitant to put that next to a historic foundation and dig down. I don't think anybody here necessarily wants to do that either. But that is the consideration that we looked at and did not feel very comfortable doing. So we tried to just lower this and move the mostly visible stair tower as much as we could out of view.
Okay.
Yes, I don't have it. I can grab it. Yeah, so if we want to just talk, let's go back to this presentation, Emily. If you go toward, keep going in the back, there are some images we've got, the movement, the breaking up the facade. Okay, so if we look at this is the current design. You can see at the corner there, we've broken it down a little bit. That's where it's ramping up. We really didn't need that facade to continue all around because we were able to do that with a guardrail and keep it much lower versus, the original design, we had kept it all very monotonous. A lot of the factory buildings are that way. They're very repetitive, and we were doing that. But we didn't have to do it for this garage. And so in order to break down the mass even more, we really took out that corner, and then it may be hard to see up on the screen, but the facades don't exactly match up. The corner actually pushes in a little bit. So as you're coming down, this starts breaking up how you see the massing. And maybe the next image you can see compared to what we had. So this just shows it's obviously a lot taller. And then we can go to the following one. You start seeing this is the one where you can see how we've really broken down that corner a little bit more. We did some more to break up some of those window openings. There was some conversation about that previously. You can see where those 2 towers are now, and where we're saying we'll move them both to the other side so you won't see them from Franklin Road. So we're hoping a lot of these changes will really help. And really, only the stair towers are outside of what the guideline permits. The rest of the building is within the 10%. So we kept it within the 10%. And then, like I said, we even lowered it more than what we had previously. We took it down those 2 feet. So it's these stair towers, and we're hoping, since I think it was 5% of the total elevation when we calculated it, that goes up above the allowed 4211. If we could get them out of the view shed, it may be something that you all would then be more willing to look at. So, thank you.
Staff.
Since we just received this new packet, could you provide us with the height of that proposed new design? would
Yes, the
be?
height is the same as the one we gave you. It is just relocating stair towers, and that's the biggest change that you'll see in here.
Okay.
What is that?
That number
47
is
feet.
47 on the top.
should be to the stair tower.
Top of the stair tower, 47.
Top floor of the garage is 39.4. Top of the guardrail is 42.10. So the brick massing is not as high.
The 10% increase in height is 42 foot 11 inches.
Yeah.
I was going to ask as a bonus, if anybody remembered that.
Yeah, we got it. I've said it enough
Now,
times that I know
this-
it.
This says that the top of the guardrail is 40 foot 10 on this cutaway corner version that's on
Yes.
the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the top floor is 37 foot 4 is the actual.
That's our
garage floor.
2 feet lower. Yeah.
And then the egress stair roof says 47, but it's showing the actual roof surface and not the parapet. Is the parapet a little taller than that, or is there a parapet?
No, not on the stairs.
It's just
no.
kind of shaded that way.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just flat.
Now,
And this garage does attach, it attaches to the factory.
Yes, to those 2 buildings that we showed the back of house images
With the
of.
flashing.
Yes.
Not
The flashing
physically attached.
There's a gap. There's an air
will be
gap
an
of 4 to
expansion
6
joint
inches,
to that.
expansion
Right.
joint type thing. Yeah.
Right.
We can't be right on it.
yeah. Did you have any more comments based on what you had prepared?
Well, how the parking garage will be attached, that has been discussed, that it's going to have the flashing, about a 4 to 6 inch gap. We just didn't understand and have those details prior to the meeting or at the previous voting meeting. And then the height of the parking garage has decreased, it still exceeds the design guidelines recommendation for height on those egress stairs.
Okay.
And what is that design, that guideline?
It should be 42 feet 11 inches. That's with the 10%.
It's proposed. All right. Comments? Let her rip.
Well, so can I ask, how have we gotten this discrepancy between 4211 and 47? What said it was within 10% of the guidelines?
The 4211 is what the guideline allows.
Yeah, the 47 is just the stair tower.
Only the stair
Step
tower.
up.
Yeah.
Yep. So
The rest of it
the
is below.
garage
It's- yeah.
It's the only thing that's not falling within
Correct.
the guidelines.
That's
Correct.
So here's the thing. So a standalone building, we allow that as a new building in the guidelines, 10% above and below. Attached buildings. Now, I know there's this, attached buildings in our guidelines must be subordinate to the building they attach to. And I know we've got this 4 to 6 inch gap with this flashing at the top, but to me, it still it's attached. It's a type of attached building. So I want to just go back, if we could, to some of the historic photographs. Maybe that very first image they show where they have superimposed on a historic photograph in different colors where the garage is and some things like that.
That was in Gina's centric presentation.
Yeah, it's the historic, yeah, keep going back down. It's, there you go. That, oop.
Well, actually, there were
Is that the one you're
buildings-
talking
well,
about?
that's fine. That one's
Yeah.
great. The one on the right. And what they show is in this location, historically, there was a building, and you can see the white roof of that building extending back. And it does not protrude above the historic of the factory, but it does go back further. And what I'm wondering is if you were to lower the garage by 1 story and then be able to take it back further along that footprint, you could recapture those parking spaces you've lost.
I may go back then to, I didn't go over this, I mentioned it in the HCC. If we want to go back a couple pages to the code summary, I wish we could do that, Brian. I think we would all love to do that. But we're going back to this mall code, which is, challenging to do that with a historic building. So we included a couple pages in here explaining why we didn't keep extending it. So you essentially have to have 60 feet clear around all of the mall buildings. That does not exist out here, and still give you a fire lane around. We had multiple meetings with the fire marshal, and that's where that arrow is. They said we have to be able to drive all the way around the site and not go under the garage. Initially, we said, what if you could go under the garage? We still wouldn't have met that 60 feet. It still would have not met it. It would have pushed it a little bit away, but we would never have met the 60 feet all the way around the building to allow it. There's an allowance where you can do 40 feet. We still couldn't meet 40. So, but the 2 exceptions that allow you to do this in a mall and have a separate building were not possible at this location. And we still like this location better than the rest because, even though you still see it from Franklin Road, it was still behind other buildings, and we felt that that was better than putting it somewhere more visible, even down on the Liberty side. And this is where people really need to park.
That's because the carousel's there, right? That's why you got to have that. What if the
No, we
carousel
still
were in a
wouldn't have met
different
the 60
location?
feet if the carousel wasn't there. Because even if you shifted it all the way over to the right, we would not get 60 feet from building 3. We would not get but 60 feet from building 5. We would not get 60 feet from building 6, which is the Mockingbird. So we wouldn't have met it anywhere. And so this one, the exception that we did speak to codes about, was for the carousel, that it is there. If we do a 3-hour rated wall on a portion of that, the portion that aligns with the carousel, we just meet the 40 feet in that one location only. And we can't do it anywhere else because we wouldn't ever get to that number. That they would accept that. And that's why we've done it. So I think we're with you. I think we've looked at that. We would have liked to have even pulled it separate. We had images where the garage was pulled further back, and we just could never meet the actual building code. And that's kind of where we backed into this.
The economics of it would be much better to do
Yes.
exactly what you're saying.
Yes,
But
we would prefer.
We would definitely prefer that.
We just
but
couldn't get
haven't
the
had it.
code to work.
So the space I'm seeing in between where the carousel is and the building, the large building to the garage, that's only 60 feet.
That's 40. That's the bare minimum.
So where all the parking spaces are, you see building 7.
Mm-hmm.
From the building, I see buildings at 8.
That's 8, yep.
8 all the way to the parking garage, it's only 40 feet.
No, we couldn't even get it to work, and when we pulled it out, because you have to pull it not just this way. So we would be in the industrial park. That's the problem.
It's either touching or it's 60 feet.
He's
Yes.
asking what's the distance from the parking garage to building 8?
I don't have that with me. I'll
But
have
it's
to
more
get
than
that for you.
60 feet.
It's much more than.
Now,
not
yes, that is
understanding-
more than 60 feet now.
I'm
Yes.
not understanding the 60-foot rule.
We would have to be 60 feet from building 3. So if we push that over, we would not meet it because you also have to be 60 feet from building 5. So essentially, we have to take this, shift it all the way up in all directions.
But
So
you-
I
so
need
you
a
can't
laser
shift it.
pointer.
So you can't shift the building towards building 8.
Would not satisfy building 5 then, because we still wouldn't get 60 feet away from building 5. We're landlocked, exactly. There's just not enough space back
So
there.
there's the shift there.
Yeah.
But it's now
Yes.
you're on top of the carousel, which doesn't work.
Well,
And you can't drive under it.
But you'd
You
have to
can't-
relocate the carousel.
Even
what
if we could relocate the carousel, which is under construction, that would be a trouble.
Is it under construction or has ground just been broken? No.
It's under construction. There's like stuff dug up, foundations, but the
Doesn't get the fire circulation.
you don't get the
I was gonna say
fire
that was
circulation,
the
and the fire
problem.
marshal said we will never do this, and
Yeah,
so
we would, that would be great. That'd be a single level, it'd be very
we
efficient.
tried.
it'd be
Yeah,
good.
we
But-
tried 10 ways to get that, and it wouldn't work.
That was part of those code conversations, if you want me to discuss further. You have to have an open
Please.
space all the way around the perimeter of the mall building. So if you're attaching to this mall building, which is what the factory is, you have to maintain 60-foot space of open area all the way around the perimeter. So that building 7 was not maintaining that 60-foot. It can be reduced to 40 feet if you meet those 3 criteria. I think farther on the right is what the code section is. Go down a little bit. Yeah, so there's, looks like 4 different things that they have to meet, and that's what she was going into about that rating. So you can reduce it a max of 40 feet. You can go 50 if you want, and that's all the way around the perimeter of the building. So if you attach anything on that factory building, then you can't have anything closer than 60 feet unless you meet those guidelines.
It's a puzzle.
It's
real
an
puzzle.
exhausting one. We won't lie.
Did you have anything else, Brian?
Only that the Franklin Road view shed is very important. And I really, it's very difficult for me to be able to say yes to a garage that I can still see, from Franklin Road.
Okay. Mary?
Yes, of course, do we wish that, but I'm just gonna believe, I appreciate getting it down the 2 feet a lot. And I think you're really gonna see this parking garage. I don't think you're gonna see it when you drive past the factory. But as they open up that side area for more and more development, the industrial park is going to be a changing area. And things that we think are back of house now aren't going to be, because I think there's going to be a lot of traffic down that road and it's going to feel more exposed. So trying to get the details on the garage and other things that go on that side of the building, to me, is going to matter. It's just a changing landscape, but I'm buying the idea that we've maybe pushed it as far as there is to push it, and I prefer this location. I still feel like, okay, so what's the plan for the back parking lot? I don't know what that is. But I know when you cut out fabric, you try to conserve. So
Okay.
that's
Kathy?
where I am.
All right. I have to wrap my head around this. I agree with the view from Franklin Road, but when we've looked at images, It's not a lot. And I think fenestration of it, option of brick to match the other brick will help it blend. What is really going to be more apparent is the towers. And so lowering that, was it 2 feet? I think you lowered it down to 13 feet.
Yeah.
So the towers are included in that height as well, but they're still
Yeah, we brought those
higher.
down. Yes,
Right,
they're
they
still
came to
higher,
the
but they
floor.
came down. Yeah.
Right. So that just is what it is. So I appreciate the drop on it. And then the other image where it shows it from Franklin, I think tells a story. And I mean, we have to have a back of a house somewhere. I mean, we've got the dumpsters and all that, you know, so one side of this property is going to be somewhat of a back of a house, even though it's next door to the industrial thing. We don't know what happens with the future of that as well, but I think this is a nice, clean back of the house and very good looking. And the more I think about how you've highlighted it as brick, I think it will tend to blend in with the adjacent building. Was it 5, 7, 8?
And 2 at the front. Yeah.
Yeah. That helps a whole lot. And so I think I'm with you, Mary. Where else would we put it? You know, and I think you've exercised all the options, even because I was thinking, are you gonna dig up some earth? And I think that's smart not to go there because there's a lot of rock in this area. I'm from Louisiana, and so, you know, we don't have these things when we dig. We just have water, but I'm really good with what you presented.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that you all have considered an underground parking under the hotel? Have you considered that?
We have. I mean, and
That's the only other place I could think
yeah,
to put it.
and you don't get enough.
You don't get enough.
I mean, it's not worth what you get, I guess,
Okay.
is the real answer. Yeah.
Not big
it's-
enough.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that big property next to it to surface park, if you were in like a downtown of a big city, you'd have to, but you don't. I don't know that you have to go there.
Kathy, to your point, I just want to ask this question. So in the view that we're seeing on the screen, where you see the garage protruding, well, it's a roof that you're going to see that against, not another brick building. So what roofing material is that? Is that metal or
It's a
is
metal
that?
roof.
So it is metal.
That's the other, you know, we have had mechanical screens approved all over the campus, right? That stick up anywhere from 4 feet to, I don't know, 8 feet. And so that was the other idea of you could line the top of that garage to look like all the other mechanical screens that are out there.
And that, when we get to that point, that, to me, that may be what wins the day.
Yeah, versus brick.
But we don't have to figure that out tonight.
We don't.
Yeah, I think
I think Bob
fenestration
mentioned
will tell a story on this too, and part of me is like, ooh, banding, maybe not, but a screen mechanism that's repetitive. And we've talked about other elements for the whole site, like when we were talking
Yeah.
doors and windows, that we had a rhythm and a repetitive rhythm that made sense for it, where it blended in, even though this is a new building, so.
Sure.
What other concern was the 4 to 6 inches away from it? Does that affect like the fenestration? How do you build that close and not mess up something
That's,
next door and finish your building off looking the way you want it to look?
yeah. I mean,
I love it.
that wall will be tucked between the brick of 3 and 5 and the exterior of the garage, so you won't see it. I would assume that'll be blocked.
So that's better to do it that way than to actually attach it.
I think structurally, that came from structural engineer. They did not want to
Yeah.
attach directly to it.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. I think you did a great job lowering the line of the garage. The garage is desperately needed. So I think you found a great place to put it.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to, whatever you face it in will be complementary to the front of the building.
Yeah, and we'll work through that.
Yeah.
Okay, just one more based on what Bob said. So I agree with the location. I don't have a problem with the location. It's still the height. So in trying to get it even lower, I mean, you've got, what, 16 feet, and that's with your structural members for the first floor, right?
13.
It's,
13 clear plus 3 feet of structure.
what is the height of like the downtown garage here in Franklin? What is the height of their
see.
first floor?
I don't know, let me see if it's on those images. We put all their elevations in here, and that,
We
I'm gonna
have to
see
be
if we
able to
have
get
the,
box trucks in there to load
Well,
the
now
theater.
that's the thing. Is there another way to get materials and things to service those other than box trucks?
not the big pieces that they put in for the Turner Theater. I don't know if you all have had a chance to go to a show. They're pretty big scenery pieces that they bring in.
Well,
there.
it's the height, President, that I'm concerned about, not whether or not they have enough room to get things into
Yeah,
their-
if box trucks for the Turner Theater are driving the height, I say forget it, because they would work around anything to make it be right.
Yeah, it's not just
Mm-hmm.
their use. We've got restaurants that's the back of house delivery. For restaurants, we've got other activities that take place in Turner Theater too. That's not just Studio 10.
Yeah.
And that design is for loading.
Yeah, I get it.
We just didn't want them to be in all the other pedestrian
Sure.
areas and leave a truck there.
So I am looking at this more than those up there, but
Yeah.
I like the shift back. I mean, this back of this thing is helpful because it's almost flushed out. I do have some concern that if it flips to the other side, if it'll be more apparent, not in this particular view, but when I
On
keep
Liberty.
going down towards Mafiosis, you might get
Mhm.
a worse glimpse of it, to
Yeah.
use that word. So look at that, and if it needs to stay pushed back, I like that version. And then I this may be a non-starter, but if those stair towers, I mean, one side of the stair tower needs to be high enough that you have head clearance, but the other side does not. So it could have a sloped roof on it, theoretically, and have just a metal shed roof or something, so that
Mhm. And
it's
that-
sloped up to the center of the garage, but sloped away at the edges. I'm the only real concern. I like what you presented. I'm in favor of it. The McCall's building is in the historic district. It's going to be there in perpetuity, if I had to venture a guess, and it's pretty low. So from here on out, driving down Franklin Road, people are going to see this before they hit the factory. I mean, this is what they're going to see. So I'm sensitive to that. But moving that tower centered up a little, and maybe it has a little shed, could break up the length of that too. And you just all of a sudden go, oh, they have a garage, but it doesn't bother me that there's a garage there. It's like, yes, so what? There's a garage.
And
You
that
see a
could
garage.
add to the vibe, the industrial vibe of
Yeah.
the site.
Yeah.
Of the garage.
I mean, I drive past this little bitty building in this parking lot, and there's a huge parking garage behind it, and nobody thinks
That's what I was going to
anything
say. I mean,
about
we've got parking garages in downtown here that are very
Right-
visible
right
from
here.
Main Street. We're talking about a few feet.
I think if-
that you'll see from Franklin Road.
Yeah, once you get there, the sensitivity of the materials, obviously, fenestration, but paring those down in a way that might be helpful. It may be hideous, and we go, "Help, never mind," but I like to see it maybe.
Okay.
But that's my only comments there.
And that's something that can
We'd see
come
again.
with the COA request later in the process. Some of those finer details that really can help do what you're asking.
But I think what you've done, lowering it all just overall, was helpful. And I echo what Brian said. It's like, well, it's still taller, but some of those little architectural tricks might help get us more comfortable.
Could our architectural genius figure a way that there's just a box truck alley or something so that you didn't have to plan the whole floor around them? I'd just say that. We don't have to solve that
Yeah, you're going to
tonight.
start getting to a point where it's not feasible to build this structure.
Shoehorn between two
Yeah, I
many
mean,
things
it's,
or something.
you know, again, I would go back. I hear you. I think we're a pretty good shepherd of what we're doing, what we're trying to do here, and what we're asking
And 13 feet
is
13
significantly
Yeah.
less than anything that you see that's been added in
Well,
downtown.
13 feet is not super tall. I mean, we do school buildings that are 13 feet.
Yeah.
Because there's mechanicals and things in it, but it's just not huge. I mean, I
So-
don't know what this is.
And I do want to just point out, though, that if you're on the square of Franklin or you're on Main Street and you look to where the parking garages are, you can't see them towering over the buildings downtown. And I just want to point that out. Now, we're trying to say that the garages downtown are comparable to what we're doing here and being able to see them over the buildings. You can't do that. They're not taller than the downtown buildings. So just so
Right.
that we talk about that.
Well, on Second Avenue garage, if I'm on Main Street, I see, that is what I see. There's a bank there, but I see the garage.
Over the bank.
Yeah, I mean, it
What
is-
is this little building, Heritage Foundation? And
Yeah.
I
But
can
if you're
see
on
that.
Main Street, I mean, you do not see, from looking over the buildings, you don't see a garage poking up above the buildings on Main Street or the square.
Yeah. Well, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a fair comparison because there's different amount of buildings down here, and so the perspective doesn't exist. It does exist here, which is why we're
Well-
sensitive to it. But I think we're going to see something.
Yeah, you're not going to see, in defense of where this parking garage is, we have got a national landmark, and we can look at it and the parking garage on Second Avenue at the same time. We're not going to have any situation like that, which to me is
A lot.
a lot.
Okay. The horse's glue.
Right.
Anything else you want to say?
Well, to get through our 5 points, we had 5, we got through 3. No, we got, those garage was the last 2.
That's 4 and 5.
So number 4 was additional information to understand the connection. I think we're through that. We understand the connection. We understand why it's there. I think everybody's generally in agreement with that. And then the height of the tower exceeding. It sounds to me like we got a solution for the tower to make it less visible. But I think we will continue to come back to a strip of the top of that structure that we're still going to see from certain points through the trees from Franklin Road. If the answer is that is a no-go, then we abandon the garage. We don't have to have it for the hotel. I don't think that's in the best interest of anybody that wants to come to the factory. But, I mean, that is where we will be if that's the answer.
Any last words? Final words? Staff, any announcements, anything?
The deadline to submit for the December 9th Historic Zoning Commission meeting is this upcoming Wednesday, the 20th, by 5:00 p.m.
And this is an odd day because it's holiday.
It's holiday, and it was approved last year, so
I guess, well, I want to make sure that we're okay to keep working on the garage. I don't want to keep spending time and money with Gina if this is a non-starter.
I think I've heard from most people, maybe Brian's not as comfortable, but I feel comfortable moving
Okay.
forward with it.
All right, great. Well,
that
thanks,
fair?
everybody. It's a long night. This was super productive. Nope, that was it. The stair tower.
We combined 4 and
Right,
5.
And we're gonna.
Yeah, I
Yep.
told him we were.
But that's your
out of time.
5. That felt very productive, and appreciate hanging in there and working through it.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, everybody. We don't have to vote to adjourn. You're adjourned.